To be honest, my nigga, the block probably was my first love. Crazy when they don't love you back, though. Uncommon. The quarterback in the huddle, I call the audibles. We all been through the struggle, I shine for all of us. My nigga locked in the system, he never call it much. Serving life in that prison, to God call him up. On jumpsuit, chop bricks like it's Kung Fu. Write her name on that visit, she never come through. To death do us part, that's what he thought. Would've been scot-free, told on the squad. If you talking respect, then they earn the utmost. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go? Life lesson, they tell us the kind of blessings. Ain't life a bitch when I fuck her, I'm mad aggressive. Tried college, then make it the first semester. They tell me follow my heart, some shit you just never question. Drug charge, I got a stain on my record. If you talking about cheddar, then pay me extra, uncommon. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go? I guess they don't love me no more, I'm uncommon. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go? Tears in his eyes, he threw the just a finger. Mama did what she could, still no complaining. Selling all of your dope, got us on datings. From a section with niggas, attach your gangster. R.I.P. Joe McKnight, my motivation. In the ghetto, the blood stain on the pavement. 9 racks for a 9-piece, they don't know that language. It's all good, man, they hate when you wanna roll the greatness. Like Shaq and Kobe, yeah, Robert Ory, the old 3 Lakers. Never selling my soul, just want my 40 acres. The boy flow, hungry like his belly aching. Now we driving foreigns to our destination. They tell me I'm the one like I'm Tracy McGrady. We all had hustle, just had like a vacation. Fell in love with Mary Jane, that's forever my lady. Try and throw my dog a bag like I'm Tom Brady. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go? I guess they don't love me no more, I'm uncommon. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go?
Block, catch me up top. Posted up by the bus stop. We don't trust cops, we just bust glocks. I be all in the danger zone like CHV, that's in Uptown. DC stand for don't come, you better go. Chuck Brown, free Lolo with Dust Ball. Rest in peace of Pork and Bando. She get lit just like a candle. Jumbo got it top just like Rambo. DC versus everybody think shit sweet, then make a move. Come around with that bullshit, you gon' leave quick like Larry.
Much respect to the family. I appreciate everybody. My bad, y'all. I'm all still trying to get all my stuff together. It's my mic on. Mic check 1 2. Okay. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Welcome to another episode of Smitty's Corner. Much respect to the family. So we're going to be talking about a few things today, man. We're going to be talking about some stories. I got some stories for us. And speaking of stories, I'm gonna be honest with you. So I'm going to do this segment first, all right? Everybody may not be into this segment I'm about to do first. If you want to come back a little bit later on, once I get to the main meat and bones of it all, that's fine. If you want to chill with your boy and rock it out with me, cool beans. Let's go ahead and take that lift off. You smell me now? So I appreciate you all. Let me go ahead and get everything set here. Let me make sure we got everything boom. Wow. Thank you, Nancy. You know, I've gotten to the point where ever since I gave Nancy her raise and vacation, I don't even have to ask for the ensemble anymore. She's just on point. Everybody give a shout out to Nancy. Shout out to Nancy. So this first story we're going to be looking at tonight is a tale of an individual who we all know. We know this individual pretty damn well. And you know something? I have to keep my word. I must keep my word. I always say, God, I'm trying to say this with a straight face. I'm trying to. I always, God, Lee, hold on, man. Shoot, it's not working. It's not working. All right. Okay. So I always say that we need to go ahead. Shit, man. So I always say we need to go ahead and hear people out. People aren't acting the way that they act for no reason, the whole nine. So what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and we're just going to take a quick moment. This is going to be interesting. Who are we getting ready to take the time and listen to the story of? Yes. I'm going to go ahead and make sure you all know. So that way, if you choose to leave, roll out. I'll see you in a little bit when I get to the main story. Come back in maybe about 45 minutes, right? So we're going to be listening to basically this guy right here. We're going to be listening to, hold on 1 second. Let me see something here. All right. So we always wondered about this person. Let me pull that up. I always wondered about this person. And, when I hear this person say certain things, I did like, all right, it's funny, but I like to get a better feel of it. Y'all don't mind me. I'm just stalling because I'm trying to get everything pulled up here. But we're going to go ahead and get right to it. I just need to go ahead and get this damn video. So I apologize, y'all. But let's go ahead and do this. So I just want to know, do you all believe that people are actually really delusional? Do you believe that? Who? What? Okay. Hold on. Let me see something. What? What you say? I'm not sure what that means, fam. Okay. Okay. So anyway, let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to go ahead, take time. We're going to listen to this individual right here. All right. I appreciate everybody. Sorry, y'all. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. I don't really care about being on nobody's time. I don't. I'm retired. Shit. You're going to have to just kind of hold off till I get this going. So let's just listen to this real quick, okay? So when I hear things like this, it makes me wonder what goes on in the mind of this person. Yeah. Let's see which is more important. Let's see which is more important. Now, I'm playing this short clip briefly for a reason. There's a reason why I'm playing this. We're just going to hear this, and then we're going to get into what I'm really about to talk about concerning this individual, and then we're going to get to the main story, because I just want to slow walk it. I ain't in a rush. If you in a rush, holler. Whoever's on that phone right now, or baby girl in there, all I'm going to do is push play. You make your own judgment.
He don't know what he done missed out on. Cause you got some good pussy. Yeah, you got some good pussy. I don't know what he missing out. He tripping.
Don't mind him spitting random objects on the floor. That's something he does. All right, let's go.
That's shit was just crazy. Me being up in this car, and I seen your face. I'm like, I know her. I'm saying to myself, I'm like, oh shit. But then I remember about when I ordered you the Uber. He came to his own house. I'm like, where James? That shit was funny. You had me dying.
Don't worry. Just listen to the end. Just I know. For some people, you can't take it. Just listen to the end. We're gonna get to it.
You thought I was lying? Yeah, because I'm like, that can't be. So why you didn't put two and two together? I told you when I was over there.
Daddy, I need you to fix my airplane.
Okay, I'm gonna say when I get off live, but go back in there, babe. You said what? I told you I was over there. He's green as hell.
Which do you think is more important? Baby girl who just fixed her airplane. She just wanted to show dad. Or whoever's on the phone. Just an observation. All right, so that was just an observation. Now let's go ahead. Let's move the discussion forward. Now we're going to go ahead and get into the actual video that, and I will say this, shout out to Auntie. I didn't know about this clip existing. I'm not shocked it exists, but I didn't know it exists until now. So we're just, now mind you, I'm not going through this whole thing. No, we're not going through this whole thing. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to, piece together a few things, you know what I'm saying? Because maybe the brother just needs somebody to understand him a little bit better, right? So hold on, y'all. We're just getting through the commercials. I got the video pulled up. No more waiting. I apologize. All right, so let's go ahead and listen to this now. I didn't know that this video existed. Man, let's do it. Let's go. With that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. The time right now is 9:01 p.m. East Coast Standard Time, and I thank you all for watching. Let's listen to your boy.
Did he have?
My dad had 14.
By how many women?
4. He had
Hold on, let's start that over. Dad had how many kids by how many women? So I'm just trying to get a good feel of possibly why this man operates the way he does.
Your father, how many children did he have?
My dad had 14.
By how many women?
4. He had 7.
All right. 14 kids. 4 women. All right. So listen, when we hear him possibly speak the way he talks, could it possibly be just from a psychological diagnosis, right? Could it possibly be that just maybe this could have something to do with it? I don't know. You make the call. I'm just here to present things.
7 by one, 3 by my mama, 2 by another woman, and 1 by another woman. So that's 13. But when he died, it was another son that he had.
And rest in peace to the black man. Rest in peace to his father.
On his
So that's 5. So 5 women.
Yeah, 5.
So it's 5 altogether, apparently. All right. So we just had to get a little math to know this. Okay, JP.
And you want to go out like your daddy, you said you want to. So how many do you want to have? The same? You want to match him?
Yes, I think the man with the most kids is the most masculine. I don't look at the man with the most money. I look at the man with the most kids is the most masculine man you can think of.
Hell no! Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no!
God have mercy upon us.
Well, I got,
and shout out to Black Guru. I don't know why. You know what's crazy? Everybody keeps calling him fake Kevin Samuels. Like literally, if you type in fake Kevin Samuels, he pops up everywhere. I don't know what to say about that. I'm just going to say shout out to the brother. Fair use, fair use, fair use. All right. Thank you, YouTube. This is for educational purposes as well as entertainment. Let's rock out.
2 baby mamas and 2 possibles. 3 baby mamas and 2 possibles.
What do you mean by possibles?
What? JP, got my alarm. Hold on, y'all. I need to reset. I need to get that thing. Every time I'm live, it does that. Now, I mean, the juju. Let's listen. This is wow. He said the men with the most kids are the most masculine. What?
It's like you don't know for sure. You haven't had DNA test.
Yeah. It was a woman that came to my city in Milwaukee. I used to be a CNA, and
you were a CNA, JP. You were a CNA. You know what? That's not even funny. Lord help any patient that was under his care.
we had sex and stuff when she moved back to Mississippi. And then she ended up calling me, telling me she was pregnant. But after that, I kept trying to find her. I haven't heard nothing back from her.
So this is the issue I have now. All right, so JP, if that's the case, bro, then I think we need to kind of I do believe we really need to ease up, bro. I think you should ease up on, how tough you be going on the sisters, bro, considering, but to each his own. To each his own, bro. Yeah, this ain't a good look.
How long ago was that?
That was about 4 or 5 years ago.
What if?
All right, so hold on. So let me ask this question. We're just going to listen to a little bit more of this. I ain't going to lie. This is a little more interesting than what I thought. I'm actually intrigued. I'm actually curious. JP, hey, buddy. Have you actually, done what you had to do to try to seek whether or not these are your children? What is the status on that, the whole nine? Because my whole point is, if I ever even begin to feel like I have one of mine, something of my bloodline and legacy just out there in the world, I'm extremely eager and desperate to make sure they know exactly who I am and where they come from. I want them to know the other half of them, right? So let's see what we got right here. All right, so let's go ahead and get it.
From 2010 to 2012.
And how do you have a possible in Texas too?
Well, I used to be dating. I ended up dating my fiance cousin. It was weird how we ended up getting together.
Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
God have mercy upon us.
Now, I want us to pay attention. The name of this video is called Why His Marriage Only Lasted 29 Days. That's the month of February. On leap year. Godly, boy.
I never knew her family like that. It was just when I went to Texas, San Antonio, and I met this girl at Walmart. We could start jamming.
Wait, you think I didn't think of that? Of course I thought of that.
I'd have never guessed you met somebody at Walmart, JP. I'd have never guessed.
You serious?
And I was talking to her about my ex-fiance, and coming to find out they was first cousins. She was also in the Army. Her cousin was. So
you mess with a woman and then you mess with the woman, then you mess with her cousin after you met her at Walmart?
Well, you got to keep in mind when I was with my fiance, I never had been to Texas. I never knew her family because my fiance was from Texas, but I met her in Milwaukee, and we was together for 5 years in Milwaukee, and then once we split up, I moved to Texas, and she moved to like Kentucky.
So you just randomly ran across her cousin at Walmart.
What is going on, bro? Oh my God.
Whose mess is this? You put him on the TV. Go home! Bro, don't. Go home! Go home!
Give me a second. I need to just. Y'all wonder why I smoke so much weed.
It was weird as hell. Yes.
Yeah, you're right, JP. That was some weird shit, bro. Like, what did you?
When she told me she was her cousin, I was like kind of.
Why did?
No, Guru. I don't know if you're gonna ask the question or not, brother. No. Bump all of that shit. You had a fiance. Listen, you weren't married, and you've been with the woman for years. You had a fiance, meaning you didn't even get married yet. You were in the process of marriage, and you cheated.
Why didn't you? I mean, is the family thing going? Why didn't you say, all right, you know what? I'm not gonna mess with you. There's plenty of women out here. We're not gonna do nothing. Why didn't you turn down the booty?
Because it's JP, Guru. Because it's JP. Because when JP pulls up, and if it's booty involved, he's going to slide his window down and be just like this.
Push it, 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 push it. Go get the money, 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 I got it. Push it, 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 push it.
Does that look like the face of a nigga that's turning down anything that comes his way he can slide into? Seriously. Put a Fifi on an apple tree. Watch him bone it.
I mean, her cousin was fine too, though.
What?
I mean, like,
her cousin was fine. Man, let me shut up. This guy, I think I might be here just a little bit longer than what I anticipated. He's an amazing character.
I felt like, you know, she probably was, when we was together, she probably trying to sleep with my people. That's probably why God made it that way.
You think? For real, JP? That's why you cheated on your fiance? Because you think she was messing with your peoples? Bravo. Okay, bravo, my G. Wow.
Wait, because what a coincidence. I move 1,000 miles away from home, and the first girl I meet is your first cousin.
In Walmart. Ah, boy.
Yeah.
And they actually from Houston. I moved to San Antonio and met her cousin.
Okay, so you got 3 baby mamas, 2 possibles, and you think that women?
Okay, so you on the way to being like dad. Dad got 14 kids, 5 baby mamas. You on your way, JP. You on your way, buddy.
Men are not better off being single. The women of today, single and childless.
Well, this is my belief of marriage, right? My belief is going.
Hold on, y'all. JP's about to tell us his belief. Get ready. All right, hold on. God dang it, Jim. Them peoples. They're messing with the live. I'm gonna push play. I know y'all can still hear. Let me go. Let's go.
Gonna come off crazy because nobody never heard of it. But I think once you get a woman pregnant, that is a marriage. The kid is the ring.
Hey, bruh.
God have mercy upon us.
Mm, mm, mm. Getting a woman pregnant is the marriage. That's right. Did you hear that, fellas? So that means that if you got more than one baby mama, that means you got more than one wife.
Right? And the kid combines your family and her family together to death do his
brother. Okay, I understand that's your philosophy. I want to answer to the actual question. Do you?
That's not even a philosophy, a hypothesis, nor a theory. That's just JP blurting some shit out from right here. He just blurting shit out from here. He didn't think that through. He didn't. He never does. And it's okay. We understand this about JP.
You think that the way that how these women are today, majority of them, do you think they're worthy to have relationships with men, long-lasting relationships and marriages? And do you think they're worthy enough to be mothers? Because a lot of them will even tell you, I don't want children. We should remain single. We should not have kids. Do you think that they're better off?
No, I think that they should have kids.
And do you?
Of course he does. He says he wants to be like his father. He wants 14 with 5 of them. But the title of this whole headline is why his marriage lasted only 29 days.
And you think that they're worthy of having men too, relationships, husbands?
Well, I wouldn't say husband. I think they should have men's because God put us on here to have that.
Timepiece Frosty, that's why you only get one chance to cross me.
JP, you just said getting the woman pregnant is the marriage. The fact is you acknowledge marriage. You then turn right around a few paragraphs later and say, marriage is not necessary. I'm gonna just push play. and let y'all sit on that one.
To have what?
Men, we put a stigma on women.
God put you here to have what?
Families.
Okay.
Men dictated on how we should go by having families with like the modern day marriage and monogamy and stuff like that. That's not natural. That's why nobody never achieved it.
Okay, brother.
It actually is very much so natural. It very much so is. There are multiple species, right? So you say natural. All right, so let's go to nature. Nature is very natural. I think we all can agree with that. Let's just take the penguin, for example. Do you know what a penguin does? A male, the male penguin, to get his mate, whatever. He gives the female a smooth stone, basically like a gift. You know, animals actually give gifts. Did you know that? And did you know that there are many multiple species from aquatic, land, and air that all have lifelong mates, partners? Like once they click, that's it. It is natural. Nature proves it. There are endless species that are very much so monogamous species, from geese, ducks, you name it. What are we talking about today? So, I mean, that right there has already been debunked. Nature does prove that to us. There are species that do need to multiply more, but you need to recognize why. It's because either of the life expectancy or the lack thereof, right? The chances of them being like devoured or not making it, the whole nine, their own pride kicking them out. But yeah, no, No, in nature, that is very much so a real thing. It's a real thing in nature.
That's not
relationship. They violate it.
Brother, we're not talking about, the topic is not about polygamy and monogamy and all. I'm simply saying the way that the women are of today, are they worthy to be mothers and wives?
I truly believe that they are.
Why?
And I also
wait, he says that he believes that they are. He says he believes that they are. Okay. Let's just take 2 seconds. I just want to take 2 seconds. I don't know. Let me just take 2 seconds on something real quick. Okay. All right. So boom, we're gonna get right back to this video. Let me see something right here. Let me see something right here. Let me see something right here. All right. And how are you? My name is Smitty, and I've only been growing my hair for about 10 months. Isn't that pretty fast?
Married parent, and this parent don't want nothing to do with you. Like, that's bull. That's
never.
Shut your dumb chicken lip head ass up.
You would say that to my face, so you should say it online.
Shut your fucking dumb.
All right, so let's just listen to how he normally operates when talking about these women. That let's just
Booker T, a Hall of side to. You can't. I'm so tired of people doing some crazy harmful stuff to black men and black fathers or fathers in general, and tell him. I seen women in the chat gonna tell him he's supposed to fall even harder. Why he had to fight in the first place?
Yeah, the fighting
no,
part,
he should not.
Man, you sound like a
Can't nobody
crybaby,
tell no
brother.
black father how to feel after you don't drive from his parenthood.
Stop crying. Damn, stop crying. You sound like a female, bro.
I don't give a damn what I sound like.
Stop
You
crying.
can't tell a father. You can't tell a
You shouldn't have
father
nutted in her.
how
You
to
should have nutted
feel.
in her. You shouldn't have nutted in her.
She should have scratched up her back.
You should have pulled out.
She said, took a
talking about?
Playing with this, right?
listen.
Because of her even talk to her, because of Umar Johnson, not because of who she is, not because of her mammy. It's because of Umar Johnson. And I guarantee you, if Umar Johnson come on this stream right now, y'all gonna be sucking dick. So don't even go there, y'all. Just dance with Kyle.
Absolutely. Now, pay attention. I'm playing this for a reason. I know what I'm doing. Watch this.
Like you are now.
Wait, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa. Pause, man.
Absolutely not. Umar's. Oh yeah, hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Umar's first cousin comes to my chat. Umar's first cousin comes to my channel all the time. Absolutely not the truth. So you can say what you want. Go ahead.
Y'all can no longer talk about how black women be mistreating men in the court.
Either you're going to listen to the young lady
Right here. This part. You know how they say that part? This part.
actual story, her actual life experience, or your
Get your goof ass out of here. Goof ass nigga.
We talking to a man that just compared abortion to being
See,
a
this is a flip flopper.
brother.
She did Joya want to check out that her mama.
Even if the young lady has accounts,
bust it wide
even
open. Go ahead. And chase
even
more
if the
clout.
young lady,
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce,
the young lady have accounts.
Let Lauren talk, man. Let Lauren talk. She in the box. She in the box.
She got it.
Man, fuck her. She don't got nothing deep to say.
Dumb ass back over to the fucking black house. Why you over here, bitch?
Where your lady at?
But your pain.
Wait a minute.
But your pain, nigga. We
I
see
want no
Go back to Daryl.
see what
Go
the
back to Daryl channel.
and your father has
Bitch.
done to your life, because you know how hurt
Go
you
back to
are. And
Daryl
that's why
channel.
you show no love.
You whore. You YouTube whore, bitch.
Your time.
Yo,
Your daughter's
Man, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
That's what we doing when you done heard this
What are we doing,
disrespect.
bro?
Wait. Let's chill. Let's relax.
I'm really
Now, now that we've gotten through that part, so we know exactly how he moves, right? There may be some people that's not hip. So we see how the guy moves, okay? So now, let's go ahead. Let's get back to what he's saying right here, because I'm confused, right? I'm confused. I don't understand how you have those two dual mentalities unless possibly it's called something bipolar. I don't know. I don't know what the diagnosis is. Not in his life. But let's go ahead and keep listening.
Okay. Why do you think they're worthy? No, I'm not conflating two
So
different
he said
topics
that
because
they're
the
worthy of
purpose of
being married. Bruh, we hear how you talk to women on a regular basis. We hear it. You know something else I noticed? Any other time? See, this is how I know JP knows what he's doing. To a degree. I want you to pay attention to something. Okay? Pay attention to this right here. Anybody who sees him enough, do you notice anything, slightly different? The background. That's right. He has a green screen up today. Why? You show us your home any other day. You show it to us any other day. Why not now? So the fact is that he knows what the thought process is. He knows. That's why he's trying to cover up everything in the back. See, he doesn't want to do that. See, while he's saying everything he's saying, just like he has many times before, Lord knows if the precious young ones are around, which we all know possibly they are. And that's the saddest part about it. As a father, I'm a dad myself. Like that, But it's JP. I'm not here to judge nobody. I'm just here to kind of lay things on the table and see what we have. So we got about 2 more minutes on this, and then we're going to get to the main topics. All right. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. The time right now is 9:26 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. And I thank you all so much for watching.
With that's the
okay. So we don't need to even get into that. So if you're talking about it's not two different things. If you're going to say in order to establish a family, right, a man has to come together with a woman, and they both have to be in agreement on the relationship. Right. In order for a marriage to happen, we know there's weird things going on now. The man has to propose that to the woman. He brings that up to the woman that he wants to marry her. He desires to marry her.
And see, this is where I'm conflicted at. Like, I get the part where you say men and women, they get together, and is women worthy to be a baby, to be a mother and be a wife. I'm saying they worthy enough to have a relationship. And I grew up in a family where they had long-lasting relationships, but they wasn't married, and they all had kids. So I think if God make a way where women can get pregnant, that's what make her worthy. Men can't determine if a woman worthy or not.
You know what? Never mind. Just never mind. My brain's going to explode even trying to never mind.
Shout out to brother Frederick again. He has a message for you. He says, Pookie behavior. Most of these women are getting with him. Talking about you. This is the cycle today. So he's basically saying, would you describe? So you came on my show. You did call yourself one of those dudes that's a field ninja. A ghetto dude. So would you say you a Pookie?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got potentially, and you potentially have 5 baby mamas, and then you say you married right now?
Yeah, I just got married in July of this year.
Do y'all have any children?
No, the goal was we were supposed to have 4 more. She was supposed to give me 4 more children, but it didn't.
Man,
she didn't ever end up getting pregnant. So
she can't have children.
Go home! Bro, don't go home!
I wish I had that clip. I can't find it right this moment, but this is the same man who said, "Thank you, EBT." I have the clip. I'm just not gonna. I got almost 1,000 videos, people. The boy has a collection at this point. This is the same man who faked a heart attack just to go to the hospital to steal towels. I have one child. I'm a father of one. I have one kid. And the damage that this one child, who really isn't the needy type, too much, like, I want this, I want that. That's what I mean by that, right? All children need the wanting type too much. There we go. She's not too concerned about. She just likes what she likes, and she likes to have new stuff of what she likes. She's into art, so she likes to have a whole bunch of art stuff, right? Things of that nature. She likes soccer, so she likes to keep fresh cleats and things of that nature, and a brand new soccer ball. I think she has a few of them. I got her a couple over here myself. So things of that nature, but JB.
Can she have children?
And I don't think so, because we was doing our thing.
Wait. Did you just say you're not in it for love? You were just in it for more children?
Yeah, that's what I told her. I said, I just want more children.
Timepiece Frosty. That's why you only get one chance to cross me.
What?
I'm really concerned about love.
Okay, you're not in it for love, so you don't really love her like that. You just want to have children with her.
Yes, that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I don't need to hear anymore. Thank you for that, JP. I appreciate you. So the diagnosis that I come to the conclusion is that how you are raised 9 times out of 10, at best 8 times out of 10, that is exactly how you will wound up, if not worse. Period. Okay, y'all. So now we're going to go ahead. We're going to get into something that is very controversial. So now we're getting into the main topic of the night. All right. So as you see up on there, we're talking about, sorry about that. So as you see, we're speaking about this. There was a TikTok door prank, and the whole dynamics of this whole story is so fascinating to me, because there's so much that is, let's say, lost in the sauce. All right, bet. So I'm going to play this up, right? So let's get through this commercial. I'm going to play this clip. And when I play this clip, I want us to really just kind of take time, pay attention to it. I just wanted to get nice and warmed up. Y'all know how I do. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this right here. All right, y'all. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. The time right now is 9:33 p.m. East Coast Standard Time, and I thank you all so much for watching. What we're going to do is, of course, we always have to pay a quick tribute to our sponsors. We're going to go ahead and take a very, very brief commercial break, and this commercial break, most definitely, let me see here. What do we have? Yeah, we're just going to make it nice, short, and sweet so we can get to the video. This commercial break is brought to you by friends that you thought were friends, I guess. And the Fall Babies, because we are the best.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
However, breaking news, breaking news.
So now let's go ahead and listen to this. So apparently, there was a door. Okay, look, dang it. I don't know the new names, all right? Back in the day, what we used to call this right here, we would call this nigga knocking. That's right. Does anybody remember that if you're old enough? Okay, I'm home of Teddy Ruxpin and Light Bright. I come from the days of nigga knocking, all right? So, let's go ahead and see how nigga knocking has turned one nigga's life upside down and it's taken another life, which is not a nigga, into the ground. Let's listen more. Respect.
It was a prank that went terribly wrong. A high school lacrosse star is dead after what police say started as a late night game of ding dong ditch, the familiar prank where teens ring a doorbell and run away.
All right, so off rip. Now, we all know, like, look, I know that I definitely have snuck out the house before. I have. I'll never forget the time I was on punishment. I remember I got in trouble at school. Basically, not really in trouble. My grades were down at school. And when my grades were down at school, I came home and I think I had like a 0.89. Yeah. Had like a 0.89, man. But I attended every day. Yeah, don't ask me about that. Moving forward, right? I do remember I was on punishment because I came home with a 0.89 progress report. Remember that? The progress report, then report card. So off rip, I got like a whole week in a hole, right? So I can't go outside. It's Friday night. My friends are having a house party. You all know about that, the house parties. So I snuck out my bedroom window. That's right, god dang it. Put a towel in the door. I turned on some music. This is how I got caught, right? I got caught because my Bone Thugs and Harmony CD started skipping. Oh man, I ain't even had a sense to just turn on the radio. I was so pressed to get out. I done turned on the damn CD, and I think like track number 7 on East 99. It just started skipping. Damn CDs. And then, you know, Pops, he knocked on the door, of course. Then he busts open the door. He realized I'm not dead. Boom. But the thing is this, getting to the point. How were you in high school, right? And honestly, you have such a huge event the next day. I can't front. I would be so concerned about being ready to go to, I think it was like, I don't know, either a big game or prom or something, but it was like the day before something. And didn't make it. Now it is unfortunate. And I do want to say condolences to the families. All right. Condolences to the families, regardless if you all have your view on it. You know, it's still a life loss, and it's a young life loss. I can only imagine everything that I would have missed had I left here that early. So let's go. Let's get back to the video. I digress. My mic is muted.
To investigators, the group of teens reporting the stunt for TikTok when the homeowner mistook their game for a break-in. What was supposed to be a joke quickly turned deadly. Authorities say one teen is dead, another injured, and now the homeowner is behind bars, charged with murder. I'm Kennedy Walker.
Now, this is where we start to break all of these things down. So now let's go ahead. Let's go through the video. Let's see what we got right here. All right, let's rock out.
And I'll walk you through the details. Michael Bosworth Jr. had his whole life ahead of him. A senior at Massaponax High School in Virginia and a standout athlete. The 18-year-old was just weeks away from graduating. But instead of celebrating his diploma, his family is now preparing to lay him to rest. According to the Spotsylvania County Sheriff's Office, Bosworth was shot and killed early Saturday morning while attempting to film a TikTok prank.
Now, looking at the community, looking at the video and stuff, it seems like a really nice neighborhood. It seems like it's actually a decent area. So my point is, this doesn't look like it's the hood and stuff, you know? So apparently this black man is living in those places where, you know, the whites are, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't care what. When I grew up in Beltsville, it was a whole bunch of white people. I mean, I understand it. I grew up in this type of community as well. Beltsville, Maryland, Prince George's County. Let's go. Shout out to the Ville.
Deputies say the incident unfolded around 3 a.m. on May 3rd when a 911 call came in reporting that 3 individuals were allegedly trying to break into a home by kicking in the back door.
All right, so first of all, I've never known nigga. See, look, this is where we start to break this down. Back door. Look at these houses. This looks this looks similar to my community. I can tell. I can tell just by looking at the homes and like the roofs and stuff. I can see the design of it, right? 2-car garage, 4-car driveway. Yeah, looks about right. So my point is, what are you doing going to the back door? Y'all remember nigga knocking? What is this called again? What do they call it now? DoorDash, the doorbell dash. Doorbell dash. Okay. So who goes to the back door to do this? Now you got to think about some things, right? Let's really think about some things. Let's think about how long it actually takes. You know, from that time in the wee hours of the morning, you're in your bed, you're asleep. Somebody rings the doorbell. They ring the doorbell. And now you have to first hear it. They probably have to do it a few times. Generally, if you're in a dead sleep or you know, laying down upstairs, all of that, 3rd level or wherever you are in the back, however your home is designed, it's going to take a second, that by itself. Now, mind you, we're talking about nigga knocking. I will never forget how we used to do it. We used to do it just like this. Okay. So now let's get a quick example of how nigga knocking usually goes. Okay. So let me see something, right? Bow. Here we go. All right. So hold on. So usually this is how it happens. Now, although this is just some young guys being funny, but it really does show how it goes. So let's think about this and why, to me, something's not adding up and something don't make sense. Okay, let's look at this. If you press. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Now that one's a little faster of a response, right? That one is a little faster of a response because that's an apartment, as you can see. But my point is, even then, that's how that usually goes. You hit a quick doom, 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 or a ding dong, right? Doorbell ditch. There we go. Doorbell ditch. Doorbell ditch. Or ding dong ditch, as they say. Boom. And then you roll out. All right. So now let's go back to the original video that we're watching. Okay. Now let's get right back here. All right. Boom. Let's go right on back here. All right. Bow. Yep, that's where we are. That's where we are. And let's go ahead and do this. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going.
With no one there. The teens reportedly admitted to police that they had already filmed themselves pulling the prank at several homes that night and were planning to post the footage on TikTok as part of a social media trend. But when they knocked on Tyler Butler's door, the prank took a deadly turn, according to their statement. Now, let me say this real quick on a safety tip. I think we all need to be very, very careful with things like this because the fact is, in this day and age, you just don't know people's mentality and headspace. You know the number one reason why I don't mess with people today? Well, I never did. I never was that type of person. But like why I especially am very cautious about it, it's too much high tension. It's
too many unchecked mental health issues. You don't know who's diagnosed with what and if it's being treated. You don't know how long such and such has been off their medication. You don't know who broke from the loony bin. You don't know who was at that breaking point, and really they are what we would consider a normal person, right? But they're just to the point where they're like, you know what? Today is the day I wish a nigga would. You just don't know. Playing games like this is not something you want to do in this day and age. You just don't know. You just don't know. You don't know where people head at nowadays is, man. You know something I even had to, like, I remember one time, I was riding with my ex, right? Not that ex. A long time ago. I was riding with my ex and we was in the car, and I remember somebody was driving a little slow ahead of us. And so she bam, bam, and she's move out the way, mother. And I had to grab her hand so quick because she was driving that day. You know, switch off on and off and stuff, right? She was driving that day. So I grabbed her hand. I said, don't stop. She's like, what? He's driving slow. I say, yeah, and that's why people then do stuff like stop their car, slam on the brakes to make sure you either run into the back of them so they got enough time to hop out and then start shooting at the windshield. You don't know what's going on in this person's head. You don't know what is happening right now inside the driver's seat in the mind of that car. Don't be beeping at people. That's dangerous as shit. I do not do that. Nah, I'm not messing with y'all. Y'all crazy. You cause out here is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Real talk though. All day in the paint, fam. What's going on? Yeah, we at it now. I'm done with the JP segment. But like real talk. So it's like there are certain things that don't make sense here. It's not adding up. Let's listen a little bit further. Then I have a slight clip that, I want to pull up. Man, shout out to the family for helping me out, with some of this footage here so I can go ahead and keep this show rolling. I do appreciate you. You know what it is. Let's go.
After ringing the bell, they ran to hide and were struck by bullets and met with gunfire. Both Michael Bosworth Jr. and one of his friends were shot. The third teen wasn't harmed.
It's not making sense, man. It's not. Hold on, man. Just hold on, man. Okay. Again. I'm not playing this for no reason. I want us to look at this and really examine what it is I'm saying. We're talking about nigga knock. I keep saying nigga knocking. I'm an 80s baby. Doorbell ditch. Okay. This is what I'm showing is to show the time frame, the metric, and how long, how quick. This is how we do it. Now that's 3 whole niggas. And that's 2 niggas in a Spider-Man. 4 niggas in a Spider, 2 niggas, 1 Spider-Man and camera guy. We got 2 niggas, Spider-Man and a camera guy. One more again for the win. Look, let's go through the time frame. So matter of fact, I'm gonna pause it and I'm gonna look at how long. Okay. That's how. So we do that and go. And I mean, they're in an apartment building, but the fact is that usually it's at the front door. Did they go to everybody's back door? I need y'all to get why I'm saying it's so much that's missing here. Okay. It's so much that's missing here. We got to recognize that, right? So now, moving a little forward, right? So I'm gonna pull this up too as well. So we're gonna get back to this video. Let's get back to the video, right? And I'm gonna pull something else up for us because I'm telling you, it's a lot that's not making sense. They did a nigga knock. Y'all just gonna have to deal with that. I'm sorry, I can't. My brain, I can't after all these decades just train my brain overnight. So they went nigga knocking, and I'm trying to figure out how long did it take that they were there. How much kicking
in hospital, but later died. The second teen was hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. Tyler Butler was arrested and charged with second-degree murder, malicious wounding, and 2 counts of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. And joining me to talk more about this is criminal defense attorney Diane Toscano. Diane, thank you so much for coming on today. Let's get right to it. At first, Tyler Butler was not arrested, and then he was. How can police justify this if he thought he was being robbed?
And that's a great question. This case is going to turn on.
All right, let's look at this. It's not gonna take but a second. Now again, this is why we need to be careful with stuff, man. Shout out to the family for this one. How did he get hit? How did he get hit? Hold on, what you say, fam? I doubt that they went to the back door at every. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the part that's messing my head up right now. They went to his back door. Now watch this, right? Okay, so this right here, okay? Boom. This right here is a clear example of how it originally goes.
It's called Ding Dong Ditch. Kids ringing doorbells and making a run for it.
Okay, what was said? Ringing doorbells and making a run for it. If it is 2:33, 1 o'clock in the morning, let's say regular adult, we're in the bed, we got to get up to go to work the next day. Anything past the midnight, usually folks is okay. Let's look at how this works again.
It's called Ding Dong Ditch. Kids ringing doorbells and making a run for it. The prank is even featured in this ad for the Ring doorbell. But now Ding Dong Ditch has turned tragic for these 3 teens. Cops say they did the prank, and the homeowner in Riverside County, California was so furious he pursued them in his car and then intentionally ran them off the road.
Now, again, this is why I say you don't know where somebody's. So you got a whole house. I want you to think about this. Do you think somebody that has great things going on in their life, they got a trip plan coming up, everything, do you think that person is going to make a move like that? You think the person that needs to be there for their kids' graduation, whatever it is, marriage is going great, whatever it is, or single life, whatever. The man chased because they rung his doorbell and ran. He was so infuriated. Do you really think that's the reason why he did that? If you really think so, you need to check that. Nah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And this is why I say be careful dealing with people. You don't know who is at that breaking point. That doorbell being rung was that man's breaking point. They had no clue that was the doorbell that was going to end their lives. Rest in peace to them and condolences to the family. Right? Now, on that note, do we call this guy a piece of shit, or do we call him somebody who was actually just at the breaking point of life? It's a difference, you know.
16-year-old best friends Daniel Hawkins, Drake Ruiz, and Jacob Ivascu were all killed in the collision. 3 other teens survived the...
Delete it. Y'all can say it, I can't. Delete it, YouTube.
Crash, including the driver, who says they were horrified when homeowner Anuraj Chandra chased them down in his car and rammed into them.
Now, the reason why I wanted us to hear that much of it is because listen to what was said. He had to chase them down in his car, which means it was that fast that they did what they did. Dum, 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 ring, ding, ding, and go. He had to get in his car to catch up with them. That means they were nowhere near his home. Now let's go back to the story we're watching and let's listen and pay attention. It's not adding up. Something does not add up. Let's get through the commercial. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted.
After these messages, we'll be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back.
I don't want nobody fucking with me in these streets. Same children.
And reasonable, imminent fear of bodily injury or death. So in Virginia, in order to justify deadly force, you have to believe that at that time, in the present situation, that you or your family are in imminent harm of death or serious bodily injury to justify that use of force.
Okay, all right. Lady, without adding the W word in front of it, lady, I have nothing but acres of woods around me. I am in a cul-de-sac. This is a cul-de-sac. This is not somewhere where you just, like, this ain't like right off the main road, nothing. You got to make a couple turns to find this You got to make a couple turns to find this location. If at 2, 3 in the morning, you somehow or another find your way to that back door, I might have to deal with a court date. I just might. I just might have to deal with trial. Just being honest. The only thing gonna go through my mind, see, what y'all don't know is, one, I'm saying to myself, I come from the streets. You don't know what my background is. I don't have nothing like that personally going, but I'm just saying, like, I'm painting the picture of how things can take place. That dude being where he is in VA, we don't know where he moved there to from. How do you not know that this dude want to try and get away from some How you know this man wasn't thinking to himself, oh, did they find me? And it ain't got nothing to do with you. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Right? But you so green, right? Like that tree that's lit up in my background. You so green, you don't even get it. You say? What you say, fam? Who wouldn't believe that they not being robbed, right, while the doorbell isn't? Thank you. God damn it, Jim. Bars. Nestle Crunch bars. Dog. That's what I'm talking about right there. Whose doorbell's at the front? Again, it's called doorbell ditch. Right? It's not called back door, make you think somebody's trying to rob you, then ditch. So what are we doing? What are we doing? So my whole thing is, I'm trying to gauge and calculate, right? How do they give him second-degree homicide? He's in the state of Virginia. I'm in Maryland, like the magician, the wizard. It's a reason why Marylanders and Washingtonians, it's a reason why folks from the city and folks from the county won't go to VA for real. Like, and if we do, like, all eyes and all hands is on deck through the entire travel in and out of it. Us here know how VA get down. We know once you cross Woodrow Wilson, because that's where we come from. We go in the VA. Most of us got to hit that Woodrow right after you pass MGM. Folks hip. Yeah, once we pass MGM, niggas start checking themselves like, bro, so you got your license right. We start real, like, you don't understand. Now it's a real thing. It's a real thing. If I was to say, where out here in the DMV area would you possibly deal with racism? It's definitely over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Yeah. Yeah, it gets a little scary the further you go. I've done jobs out there and everything else. Just stopping in the gas stations is a very awkward scene. So we try our best not to have to stop anywhere. I promise you, ask about it. Anybody from here. So we're in VA. That's a Commonwealth state. That's a red state. So we know what that means, right? VA is stand your ground. I can't bust nobody in my yard in Maryland. You got to actually get into my home. If I hit you anything outside of the threshold of my door, I'm going down. I know my law over here because I'm a gun owner. I know I have to know it. You got to actually get in here. Unfortunately, I have to have damage done to my house because, of course, I'm not going to open the door to let you in and then, bust you, right? So that means I have to sit there and listen to you pound, kick, bash, knock on whatever glass or whatever it is before you get in. So I have to allow my home to be damaged before I can actually right there in the cut because I know my home better than you. You don't know what side of the house I'm at. I know exactly even down to how the drywall works and where I got planks and where I don't. I know where that can go right through that drywall. I teach my daughter how to shoot, but I can't do nothing until you come in. Now he's in VA. Now out there in VA, you got a little more free range, right? It's not Florida. It's not Texas, but you got some more free range. And it's crazy because I've never, ever known the Virginia police. I never don't nobody know that to be out here like that as far as how they're responding to this particular case, because they are basically a stand your ground. They are. They're more so stand your ground. Maryland is not stand your ground. Maryland is, if they don't come into your house, then you just better call us or die. I'm going to be honest with you, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm just going to have to be judged by them 12.
And based on some of the reports that have come out, that the police, I believe, have reviewed cell phone video footage from 2 of the individuals that were involved in this. So there must be something that the prosecution felt did not justify the force that was used in this case.
Why wasn't he arrested right away then? Because I know it took some time.
Why wasn't he arrested right away? It took some time for them to even arrest him.
Because it is true. In Virginia, you do not have to leave your residence. If someone is breaking into your home, you do not have a duty to leave your home. However, you have a duty to only defend yourself to the extent necessary.
And if I think that someone's trying to break into my home at the wee hours of the morning, is not at my front door, it's at the back. That's where are we at? That's 418. 418. Let's go back to this picture here, okay? I want to go back to this picture here.
Mishandling requests can lead to hefty.
My bad, y'all. I'm gonna go back to this picture right here. I'm gonna go back to this. Hold on. Here we go. Bow. All right. So hold on. Right here. All right. So right here. Bow. All right. So bow. Okay. Now let's look at this. Let's look at this. All right. That's the community. you look at what you have to do. You got to go all the way around back. And most of these homes I'm looking at, so you got that one, a couple of them, they got the fences around. Okay. I would probably be on that type of mode considering the circumstance. I don't, I'm not allowed to build a fence because, I got homeowners association out here. So they ain't, they ain't having that. You better stay uniformed out here. Yeah. That HMO will be in your will give you a notice. All right, so let me see. So look at how, hold on, let me get some here. All right, hold on. Bow, damn. Okay, there we go. Bow. Okay, there we go. So look, so we have this. I know y'all can see my mouse. So look at how this is set up, right? See how this is? All right, so see where my mouse is. So let's just say we're here, right? We're like here. Look at all of this. You got it. Boom. You got to go around back. Well, you might have to hop a fence, go around back. Okay. Like, look at everybody, how all of these are set up. Okay, so right here we got the walkway. So you have to go all the way around this walkway. Boom, boom, boom. This could be considered somebody's back door / side door. But boom, let's see. Okay, so boom, this might be like patio area for them, right? That may be like back patio, like right here. Boom. See right here. Now we got like a back patio right there. All right, so boom. So I'm just, I'm trying to get us to understand how this, now that's the community in which this happening. And so that's the neighborhood. Okay. We see how the streets are set up, right? Right. You see the streets, see that big horseshoe, see that big U. Okay. All right. We got a big horseshoe and a V. All right. Boom. So now let's go back. What I say? I said 418. Yeah. Yeah. The boy memory is pretty good. The boy memory pretty good. That's right.
Has to be in proportion to whatever harm you think at the time is coming your way. So initially,
hold on, let me get to my comments right here. What we got? I got you. What? Somebody called the police for. They did. You talking about in this case? Really? See, I don't know too much. Hold on now. What? VA out in Fredericksburg trying to bury it. Oh, they in Fredericks. Yeah, I know about. Yeah, Fredericksburg is vicious for those who not hip. Oh, snap. Okay, I bet. VA in Fredericksburg is trying to bury that man because he's black, not because he didn't have a right. Thank you. And that's what, like, what's crazy, because I'm noticing there's a lot of cases that have racial tension that has going on right now. It is. It's really built up. Well, they shouldn't have been acting, right? They shouldn't have been acting like the C word. Oh, you mean a cunt? Gotcha. Oh man. What, Shiloh? Stop. Let me take that down. Let me take that down before you get my ass in trouble. I ain't mad at you. I just don't want no smoke, fam. That's all. I ain't mad at you though. I ain't got nothing to say. Let's get back to it.
What he did is not illegal to shoot somebody if they are.
Wait. Hold on. What she just say? Is not illegal? What? Hold
you
on.
Think at the time is coming your way. So initially, what he did is not illegal.
It's not? Then why is he in jail? Why is he in jail? Oh, that's right. This world is filled with a whole bunch of these.
To shoot somebody if they are in fact breaking into your home and you fear that they are going to kill you.
But I guess does it get
So having your back door being banged on, not the So you just explained why he did what he did. You just explained it, lady. You just said it. If it's look, just period, anybody, whether you live by yourself and all you have is like some pets or something, or whether you actually have your children there, or you have a full-fledged like husband, wife, children, everything, dog, cat dynamic. Someone's at your back door, not front door. See, I think, you know something, if it was going on at the front door, believe it or not, he might have been a little, you know, I think that's more so one of those, because I know me, I'll just like be like, you know, I'm that guy in his boxers and I got the jump like held down by my thigh and I'm kind of peering through, but I'm not just going bust. Now the back door, nah. That's when I go get something else that I'm not naming. That's when I go grab that. And that's when it's a whole different dynamic. Because the only thing going through my mind is, I didn't invite nobody over. Why are you here? You know what's something called shoot first, ask later? All right, one more time. You know what's something called shoot first, ask later? Just a question. Let's get back to the video. The time right now is 10:11 p.m. East Coast Standard Time, and I thank everybody so much for watching. Let me make sure I grab these comments real quick. I got you. You already know what it is. They'd rather believe the kids were pranking his doorbell from the back than him believing somebody. Thank you. Like, that's the saddest part about it. That's the part I can't stand right now. All day. Much respect to the family. Stick around long enough, you might earn yourself a wrench for the night. All right, so listen, you are Bolo in the building. Hey, Bolo, can you help me make some sense of this, bro? Because last time I checked, sir, I kind of figured that, you know, people who actually, you know what I'm saying, had your back door, somebody's banging on your back door in the wee hours of the night, not 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Even then, that's weird. So now we want to try to make this black man seem like it's something so wrong with him because he responded naturally. That's my whole point in this.
Get a little, murky here when, what he thought was happening, especially because, according to reports, this happened around 3 o'clock in the morning. So most people are sleeping. They don't know what's going on and they hear this noise. So can he say that, he thought it was force because he used that force because he thought he was scared since it was so late at night?
Most definitely. And I'm sure his defense attorney is going to present a defense that he woke up 3 a.m. in the morning. He hears what he thinks somebody is banging or...
Let me see something here. Kareem, type something in the chat. Type anything in the chat, please. What you got, Lolo? What? But why is he being held? Thank you. So hold on. Now let's go back. They just said what he did is not illegal. It's not illegal. There we go. All right, you in there. What he did is not illegal. She said it. So again, Lolo, I asked the same question. But why is he being held without bond? Without bond. Let's remember this too. Ain't none. Welcome to the lighthouse. Welcome to the lighthouse. Where all are welcomed as long as you're respectful. Lolo, I thought it was first and foremost innocent until proven guilty. All right, so we ain't even gonna go with that because we all know niggas get held, you know what I'm saying, on bond, without bond. But the fact is, how does she say in one breath what he did is not illegal? So what you're telling me is that the state of Virginia kidnapped this man from his home? I'm sorry, but that's literally what I'm hearing. He was kidnapped from his home. What are we doing right now? Let's go ahead and listen further. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's continue to rock out. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Door in his home. He doesn't know what's happening. So it's going to come down to those details. What transpired? What did he?
I'm glad you said that, lady. I'm glad you said that. You're right. He doesn't know what's going on. Why do officers wound up pulling the trigger? Because whether they know or not, they feel as if their life is in danger. The law, listen, let's follow this. Let's tap in. Let's tap in. The law says a police officer, those on the side of their car, at least in my community, it says to protect and serve. Last time I thought it really meant to protect they ass and serve you an ass whooping. But we ain't going to get into that. We're not going to get into that. They are allowed to go ahead and pull the trigger. They can tase you. If you start coming at them and you swinging, you pop, 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 you try, you know what I'm saying? You try with them, they can go ahead and put that taser and bow on you real quick. They can just bow, right? All right, cool beans. Nah, seriously though. So now, we know that if they feel threatened, they have that right. But all of a sudden, you want to take a citizen who could very well just sign up and become that very police officer. Not to mention, that very police officer does clock out and then they go home. The fact is, we're talking about human reaction. That's my point. Why are we ignoring human, natural, nature, organic reaction? So now this black man has to be looked at as something. For what reason? Oh, that's right. Because he actually was thinking, I want to protect my own. Bruh, the man's in Fredericksburg, VA, and you got a group of white folks at your back door in the wee hours, and you think you're about to be broken, you know, your house is about to be broken into. I'm trying to figure out what he do wrong. And I said it just like that. What he do wrong? I'd have bust your ass too. If I'm in that state and I can. Unfortunately, here in Maryland, I just got to wait for you to kick my door down. So not only do I have to have like, you know, possible like brain matter or whatever picked up, I also got to get a new door down. Lord knows if the state's even going to pay for it. They may try to trick bag me and make me think they're going to pay for it. And I wound up having to get a private contractor myself. Because I'm not going to have my door just open weeks later, waiting for them to pay for it after that incident just happened.
He believed was happening when he grabbed his firearm. Where was the victim located when the victim was shot and killed? You know,
Exactly. Where was the victim located? Wait. Where was the victim located? Because last time I checked, when you're nigging up, it's this fast.
Hey, my great baby.
Last time I checked. It's that fast. It's literally that fast. So let's think, people. What? Where were they? How long were they at this man's door? You ever woke up from a drunken stupor? And I don't mean because you've been drinking. I mean like that dead sleep. How long it take for you to even get your thought like, oh, what the fuck? Then you finally reach. I ain't gotta reach far. I ain't gonna say where. Then you finally reach, right? And you now, then you know, Lord forbid if your ass naked. No nigga wants to fight naked. That's not what we like to do. We don't want to fight. So I need boxers and tank tops, bare minimum. Okay. All right. So now we get to this point right here. Hold on, my bad. Okay, all right. So right there again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, boom. So we got 2 niggas, Spider-Man and a camera guy. 2 niggas, Spider-Man and a camera guy. That's how that usually works. You ding, and we be so scared. Usually we so like, you know, we trying to hurry up and get gone. Matter of fact, we want to hurry. We try to time it like this. This is really how it originally worked. Okay, as an 80s baby. Okay, I'm from how we do it for real. We try. The reason why we run so fast and try to get in position is so we can see the look on your face when you come outside. We just didn't record it back then because we didn't have smartphones. Think about the process of how that all began and how it started. Bing. Now everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. Somebody's in the bush, somebody behind the car, somebody whatever. However it works, right? If we in an apartment building, you know what I'm saying? Like, thank you. Like, real talk. You go run, like when we nigga knock, you go running high. I still call it nigga knocking. Don't mind me. But you go run, you go get out the way. But we also wanted to see you answer the door. This man had enough time to wake up. Listen, wake up, go down flights of steps, have his Joan on him. That's what we call it a blicky. We call it a Joan for those who ain't hip. He got his Joan on him and be able to open the door and still hit you. How long were you there before we just like, come on, man? So now let's get back to the video. Now we're going back. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. I got you. Let me go ahead and pull this right back up. Bow. Hold on 1 sec. Bow. Boom. There we go. Now let's get right back to where we were. Okay. Boom. Oh, they done hit me with a commercial, so I gotta hit y'all with a commercial. Give me 5 seconds.
Stroke your genius, nigga. Might break a heart, I tell her what I really did. Block on fire, but I'm chilly chill. On the real, I can take your words really real.
All right, let's go. With that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out. Appreciate y'all.
Home and they were shot and killed. That's going to be an important detail, in fact, that is going to have to come out, and the judge and jury is going to have to consider that. Or was the individual, when he was shot and killed, you know, at the back door about to come into the home, or the garage door, or the
Look like he got a little size on him too. So I mean, it's not like, I mean, and I'm only saying that like, you know, I'm not trying to just, I'm just saying that don't look like no little, you know, a small child, you know. He look like he got some size on him. Look like that white boy has some size on him. You know, and again, condolences to the family and rest in peace to him. I'm gonna make sure I continue to say that. People ain't gonna play with me. But nah, real talk though. Look like he got a little size on him. So I mean, to me, that looked like that could possibly be a grown ass man. And you talking about is you and your friends?
front door. So the location of where the victim is going to be important, and what exactly.
Wow, the location of where the victim is going to be important. I wonder why that is, Miss White Lady.
The defendant thought was happening, because in Virginia, just being afraid is not enough to justify shooting and killing somebody.
Okay, bet. Tell the police that. I'm sorry, what I just say? I'm sorry, did I just say something? My bad, y'all. Being afraid is not justified enough to shoot somebody. Tell the police that. Hold up.
Let's get it. This that go and get it. With no hesitation. This that never quit. Start that elevation. This that process. This that in the making. This that started from the bottom. This that motivation.
There has to be that real fear that something is about to happen to your life or your family's life.
Why did prosecutors charge Tyler Butler with second-degree murder instead of manslaughter, since this is, not so cut and dry?
Why didn't they? Everybody, let's get ready to hear what the answer is.
That's a great question. I'm sure they are going through the evidence they have right now. They are looking at whether or not this is some type of homicide and trying to decide, does this meet an involuntary manslaughter or
No, black man, you are actually not a matter of fact, let me go ahead and rephrase that for you. I actually got you. Are you allowed to be scared? Actually, yes. Guess what? That's actually what they want us to be. The question more so should be, are you allowed to respond to being fearful? Yeah, you allowed to be scared. That's the whole premise of all of it. Everything that we see that is designed around us is to be what? Fear-based. Magnificent.
voluntary manslaughter or second degree murder? So right now, whatever the Commonwealth in Virginia has, the evidence, they feel there's enough probable cause. Doesn't mean 100% they can show this happened, but they feel there's enough that lends to the charge of a second degree. It doesn't mean that that's going to stay that way.
Okay. Then what was going on with Andrew Zimmerman? Damn, there I go again saying stuff I don't have no business saying. There I go again. Smitty, you need to chill. You need to chill, Smitty. No, but real talk. What was going on with Andrew Zimmerman? Trayvon Martin. What was happening then? Can somebody tell me? Okay.
I think certainly as the case develops, there could be other charges brought, or they could reduce it down, or things could happen. You just never know. Once people start coming forward, if there were any witnesses, in this.
Yes, that does typically happen. Generally speaking, they will start off one way. Usually, if anybody knows how this goes, your charges are going to be trumped all the way through the roof. That's to make sure he has what he has right now, which is a no bond, and or a bond that's so ridiculous, you might as well say it's a no bond. Like, for example, let me ask y'all a question. To the average person, what is the difference between $1 million bond and no bond? The answer is nothing, because neither usually is paid. Okay. Yes, they want us to forget about it. Exactly. I mean, come on. Thank you. You already hip. That's what I'm talking about. Third eye open. Stay lit.
Day and age, most people have Ring cameras or cameras on their garage doors or backyards. So I'm sure the prosecution and defense are trying to execute subpoenas, get that footage, be able to come up with exactly what happened at this house specifically.
So far, I believe we know somewhat of enough. The fact is, they went to the back door at the wee hours of the night. They go to the back door, the wee hours of the night. And what they do is they are there long enough for someone to get up. I don't know if the nigga was, I don't know how he was dressed, but he had enough time to get up, grab his junk, get downstairs, get to the back door, open the back door. I need y'all to understand how many steps that is and how long that takes for something that we call nigga knocking. Something's not adding up. Let's tap in.
What role does intent play in determining whether this is self-defense or murder?
What do you mean intent? How do you wake up out of a dead sleep, not know what's going on, and they're going to call intent? What, I intentionally woke up because somebody knocked on my door? I intentionally woke up to protect myself? What are we doing? What are we doing right now? Can we even find a back? Thank you. You know what? Shit. I ain't even pinned the goddamn StreamYard link, but I'm pinning that goddamn comment. Yeah, that's the comment of the evening. Where they do that at? That's something else we say out here. Where they do that at? Whose man's is this? Seriously, like, come on now. Yeah, Lolo, you get this one. Like, what are we talking about today? Let's keep on rocking out. The time right now is 10:29 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. And I thank you all so much for tuning in. What we got right here? We played during thank you. Because that's another reason why I brought up, the story I said earlier about, I snuck out my house before, but like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, for the most part, we was in the house. We was in like high school days. Like, yeah, man, we was in the house. We was in the house. So that's the thing about it. Even when we did do it, it was during the hours in which we were allowed outside. Last time I checked, I believe most of us come from the days of street lights. I don't think I need to say anything else. I digress. My mic is muted. Let's get back to the video.
So here, because it's second degree, he did.
What if you can create your own website?
Wow. And that is what we do right here. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Stroke your genius, nigga. Might break her heart, I tell her what I really did. Black on fire, but I'm chilly chill. On the real, I can take your wheels, really real. Try to tell her one day I'll be a millionaire. Slip up, get caught, get 100 years. Tough love, made his mind cry 100 tears. Either niggas get out or they gone in. It's me against the world, yeah, I'm all in. In the bank, smelling like Bob Marley. With my girl, I be home in the morning. I was black, now it's going to get the money. My side bitch, that's a whole nother story. Not too many niggas make it out New Orleans. Never hating, if they did, I applaud them. Stay safe, got the face they're recording. I'm hood rich, still rocking.
And let's get back to it. Oh.
If there were any witnesses, in this day and age, most people have Ring cameras or cameras on their garage doors or backyards. So I'm sure the prosecution.
I personally have 3. I have Ring. There's 3 around this house. Yeah, front, side, and back. I'm not playing no games. And they go to my phone.
Defense are trying to execute subpoenas, get that footage, be able to come up with exactly what happened at this house specifically.
What role does intent play in determining whether this is self-defense or murder?
So here, because it's second degree, he does not have to have the intent to commit. When you think about first degree, you're planning to kill someone. That's something where you have the thought to do so. In this case,
yes, premeditated, right? So if they can in any form or fashion figure out that you thought it out before you did it, you're going down for the first.
it's a self-defense claim is what the defendant's saying. He only got his gun. He only shot his gun because he felt like he had to defend himself. So that's why he doesn't have to have the intent to kill somebody. I don't think anyone's saying this defense.
How do you even bring up intent in that circumstance in any form of fashion in a logical sense? How do you even begin to say intent? How? I mean, honestly, how possibly? You're woken up from a drunken stupor, knocked out cold. You have to click. You got to jump by your hip, and you're going to go see what's going on. Now, mind you, they're not speaking of who this man lives with. I'm still waiting to hear that part. I'm still waiting to hear. Does he have a family? Lolo, if you in there, if you can help me out while I'm running the show, please, if you can, beloved. Fam, does this man have a family? Does he live with anybody? If you can look that up. Let's go ahead and get back to it.
Intended to kill someone at 3 a.m. that night. He didn't wake up thinking I'm going to go shoot somebody. It sounds like he woke up, thought his house was being robbed, and then he ended up getting his firearm.
And how do we know if he hasn't gone through that before? Y'all ever think about that? How you know if he ain't gone through that before? What? Thank you. I appreciate you. We right here. No bull. Like, how do we not know that? How do you not know what this man went through some years back, a decade or so ago, or what have you? You know, with certain things that I respond to a certain way simply because of past experiences. And you know something, not getting too far veered off from the topic, but that's something that I think we really need to take into consideration. That's a part of survival. The fact is that, what do they say? If you touch the fire and you realize it's hot, should you not do that again? So let's just cut that. Let's go.
Fortunately, you know, he's now facing second-degree murder, and there's now a young man that's dead.
How long could Butler face in prison if convicted on all counts?
So I have right now, is he charged with just second-degree murder? It looks like he has, I think, a malicious wounding as well.
Yes, he does.
You know what's crazy? I'm going to pull something up, and I kind of got to bear with myself on this because this is something personal to me. This was a really good friend of mine, right? So I want to show y'all something. Okay. I'm showing this video for a reason. Everything connects. I promise you, I don't do nothing for no reason. I'm very strategic. I want you to follow my sequence in this. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull something up real quick. Just give me a second. Again, I got a lot of damn videos. Hold on. I think I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Nah, I gotta go here. I'm gonna pull something up for y'all real quick. And the reason why I'm about to pull this video up, right, is the simple fact of, hold on, let me go here, bow. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. There we go. Okay, give me 1 second, because I'm gonna pull this up in just a couple seconds. So they said that they're giving this man second degree right here. Boom. Here go the video right here. Okay. They're giving him second degree. I'm gonna show you who else is getting second degree. Watch how it don't make sense. Watch how it don't make sense. Right here. All right, so boom. Let me pull this video out. Respect to the family. Hey, I see that the heavens is on my side today, because usually it takes me a minute to find stuff like this. I got like over 1,000 videos. So this is actually earlier this year. This only happened about 2-3 months, maybe about 2-3 months ago. Rest in peace to my homie, right? All right, so I'm just gonna play like the ending part of this, right? So, and you'll see the connection I'm making. Let's go.
Man, you know it's crazy because last time I called back home, I was talking to Quack, and Quack was down bottom, and I was talking. And
now, mind you, real quick, right? Mind you, I ain't gonna lie, this shit a little hard for me, man. Nah, we good. We all right, man. We all right. Plucko good. So listen, right? This security officer right here, you know, he got the same charge as that black man who protected his home. My homie was sitting down in a McDonald's.
Sit down, sit down. Now this motherfucker, let it go. 195. Let it go. Let it go. That's what I say. Okay, sit down. Sit down.
Now listen, first and foremost, he's sitting down while this nigga's telling him to sit down. My man is sitting down while he telling him to sit down. Let's see how this ends off right here. Let's see how this ends off for my buddy Pluck.
Sit down. Now this motherfucker, let it go. 195. Let it go. Let it go, man. What you doing, nigga? Let it go. You heard him right one time. This is a weapon. Let it go, sir. Let it go. Let it go, man. Let it go. You know what, my boy?
You never feel my pain, nigga.
So they charging that black man with the same crime that officer got. You know, he also got second degree. Why he didn't get first intent? Why? He was beating my mans with a nightstick while he was sitting down waiting on an Uber, bro. Y'all don't understand. Okay? Hey, give me a quick second. I ain't even gonna lie. I just did something real quick. I ain't even going front. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, y'all gotta just give me a quick second. Give me a quick second.
I'm gonna get mine. Get yours, nigga, cause I'ma get mine. Today gonna be a good day. Jack gon' keep it playing from the Genesis. As I'm blowing dope, being broke, my only nemesis. Remember when it wasn't all good, I used to reminisce. Felt like I was going through hell with no deliverance. Niggas throwing salt in the game, condoning ignorance. But when it's really in you, not on you, we know the difference. Nigga ain't no willing and dealing, we really killing shit. My brother passed a shooter like Luca, he gave me 10 assists. Nigga, I was Dennis before you knew what a menace is. Now I just spread love to these bitches, ho, I'm a feminist. Way they running back to the dick, they think they Emmitt Smith. No real player gon' break it, that shit be imminent. Yeah. Nigga, we was trapping out the tenement. Niggas ain't hard, they just loud, them niggas impotent. Ain't in it for the glory, my life story is intricate. Don't crash out for the money and watch the niggas you get it with. I say it all, cause I'm past the point that I'ma play with y'all. And as the president, I'ma have to revoke your player call. Don't think the nigga ever was real, and he gon' stay a fraud. Don't think a nigga bluffing is not nothing to break them all. Saquon, ho, it's not nothing to shake them all. With no street clothes on my bed, ho, better take them all. Just get that cheese, breaking that bread, and I can stay involved. You wanna look sweet in my side seat, got to pay the cost.
I got dope and cheese, I'm smoking G's. While I was scaling dope and weed, y'all been yelling broken knees. You gon' do it, baby, do it, gotta hold and squeeze. For real, it's cold out here, one of you hoes gon' freeze. Rob the reverend, call the blessing, hold your nose, don't sneeze. Poop, nigga, poop.
Yeah, it's just one of them. You know we love you, Plucko. No bullshit, man. LP shit. All right, let's get back to the story. All right, so look, right? I just had to fix my soul real quick because that did something to me. You know, men actually do feel in love, right? It's a real thing. All right, so getting back to this right here. So now this black man is charged, right? He's charged with the same thing. Ain't that something? So let's now get back to it. Let's go ahead and rock out. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out.
So he's got the 40 years on the second degree murder. And then depending on how they charge him with the other charges, he'll have more time as well.
Could the teen's actions still be seen as trespassing?
Yes, I think, there certainly could be seen as trespassing. But right now we have.
Hold on. You know, I got homies that did the same and you know what charge they got? Because they had our skin tone and features. I ain't even joking. I'm dead ass. They got attempted B&E, attempted breaking and entering, not trespassing, B&E. Man, stop playing with me right now.
Of a deceased individual. So I know the police are investigating, you know, was this force necessary? Did it have to get to this extent? But yes, you know, certainly those individuals at 3 a.m., I'm sure could be alleged to have been trespassing.
Right, because you know, one of them did unfortunately pass away, but there are 2 surviving teens. Could they potentially face charges like trespassing or any other charges?
That's something that the prosecutor.
Wait a minute. If I drive, shit. For the record, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just somebody who knows a little something about street life. I'm somebody who has real life experiences with real life people. Okay. I'm somebody who in real life, I have heard real life stories over and over again while we sit back and spark a stogie. You smell me now? All right. So look, let me just, man, hold on, dog. I got homies who I was just passing through. I was just passing through the jail, you know, for some slice, right? Oh, man. What's up, bro? What you in here for? Man, I didn't even do nothing. And you know, we hear that a lot from people who are incarcerated. Everybody's innocent, right? And they say, tell it to the judge. All right, let's tap in. Man, I ain't even do nothing. Come to find out. I mean, to your opinion, did they or didn't they? What takes place is you got those of us who are incarcerated simply because they went to go just do a robbery. They were just a driver. That's it. They was just the person that just had that bitch in drive. And they had their foot on the brake and they looking around and they waiting for them to come out that door. Doors are unlocked and they ready to skirt off. Somebody gets offed in the house. They're not even in the house. They're only in the car. That's it. You know what they get? They get the same charge as the people that pulled the trigger. Because you knew about it. Now let's pay attention. He said, could they possibly get trespassing? What they should get is accessory to an M. They should get accessory. You all going there, you all were a part of why your friend was offed. If my homie, me and him go do a robbery, and if he gets offed and I get away, I get caught. I not only get that, I also get his body. They gonna get me for his body too. What are we talking about right now? But with that being said, y'all already know we got to bring up a very, very much so wisdomatic and very much so intelligent mind to the stage. I'm thankful always whenever I'm able to be in this brother's presence. Everybody welcome the also intelligent, the also just God-fearing Bolo TV. Right now, Bolo.
What's going on, my brother? Thank you for having me.
All right, talk to me, not about me. Respect to the family, respect to you.
I like that. I like that. Talk to me, not about me. I like that.
You already know.
I'll take it.
Do so. That's my gift to you.
I'm gonna let them know I took it from you, though.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. What's going on, my G? I was listening in the background, listening to to what you were saying. So go ahead, brother.
No, I mean, do you have anything to add to this as far as like, because basically I'm speaking about, all right, so, you from NY, right?
Correct.
Yeah, all right, so what would you say as far as like, because both of us are in blue states, all right? So it is different. We talking about a red state, VA.
Right.
I'm in Maryland, you in NY. I mean, or you're from there. So like I'm just saying to myself, like, defending yourself. Like, actually just, they're really trying to make it seem like this. All right, look, he's being held with no bond because a group of white teens with some size on them again come banging on his back door, not the front door. And they call it, we used to say nigga knocking, right? Ding dong. Come on, I don't know no other term. You know what I mean? I don't know why. So apparently we was the only ones that did it, but all the white boys are the ones getting shot and ran over for it. But I mean, let me shut up. I'm just saying, like, yeah, we called it nigga knocking. So I'm just saying, like, at what point do we look at this man was really defending himself,
Well, I mean, it's hard, man. It's really hard because I get it. You're waking up 3:00 in the morning, from what I heard, and you're hearing this loud knocking, right? You don't know what's going on. You can't just, again, I understand that you're just waking up, so your faculties may not all be there. You're not going to open up the door and then try to figure out what's going on. I get all of that.
Right.
However, I sometimes they have to, the end result's going to be getting out, but they have to display a hard sense of the law so that everyone just don't go shooting through doors. You know what I mean? So sometimes they have to deal with it the way they're dealing with it. They know that the end result, probably nothing will come of it, but you just don't want people shooting through doors. So that's what I would think is probably the reason for them dealing so heavy with the situation. I don't know enough to be any more specific than that, but that's what I would assume.
Oh, I'm on mute. I'm sorry. You don't know about this story?
No. I've been caught up. I don't know when this happened. I've been caught up since yesterday early morning, man.
Okay. Yeah. So you okay?
So I'm just, just trying to catch up.
So this is all right. So this is where we are, Brother Bolo. My thing is this: they came to the back door. All right. So let me paint the picture for you. Why I'm trying to get things in my head straight. Okay. They came to the back door, and it's at the wee hours of the morning. So one of these is at night, but I want you to notice on even this how it goes so you can understand why I'm confused. How did the boy get shot? Watch. Here we go. Okay. So let's do this. Look.
Ding dong ditch. Kids ringing doorbells and making a run for it. The prank is even featured in this ad for the Ring doorbell. But now Ding Dong Ditch has turned tragic for these three teens. Cops say,
again, we called it nigga knocking, but I ain't seen a nigga get shot for it. Let's go.
They did the prank, and the homeowner in Riverside County, California was so furious, he pursued them in his car and then intentionally ran them off the road. 16-year-old best friends Daniel Hawkins, Drake Ruiz.
Whoa.
That's for you.
Oh, that's for me.
That's why, I've been,
That's for me.
Yeah, that's for you.
Don't say nothing.
Nah, don't say nothing. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Don't say nothing. Well, go ahead. So he chased these kids down.
I'm gonna call your phone after. Not like we gonna
chop it up.
Yeah, we're gonna chop it up, bro.
Okay, so the kids knocked. So let me get this straight. The kids knocked on the door.
Wow.
And then they broke out. And did he shoot through the door at the time? No. So
no,
he didn't shoot through the door. So he just chased them down.
No, see, that's what I'm. Oh, you talking about these three kids?
These three kids right here. These three.
Oh, no, Bolo. Oh no, listen, it's only a minute and 27. We got hit.
Ruiz and Jacob Ivascu were all killed in the collision. 3 other teens survived the crash, including the driver, who says they were horrified when homeowner Anuraj Chandra chased them down in his car and rammed into them.
That's my point. That incident is, listen, my point is, look at what took place. He had to leave his house and catch up with them in a vehicle. Look, it ain't like he ran on foot in his slippers and started beating one with a bat or a stick or a broomstick or something, right? No. He had to get into a vehicle just to get. You got to think about how far they had to have been at that point for him to have to get. But listen, you get in your car, you have to room, you have to back out the driveway,
right?
Pull out whatever. Like, think about the entire process. So now we go back, brother Bolo. Now I'm painting a picture for you, since I understand. So just to catch you up where I am with this. So now we go forward. So boom. Now the thing is right here, boom.
Say started as a late night game of Ding Dong Ditch, the familiar prank where teens ring a doorbell and run away. According to investors,
ring doorbells and run away. It's 2:00 in the morning. You're dead asleep, Bolo. You do own a firearm. You're allowed to defend yourself. And you get to the point where somebody was at your back door in the wee hours of the morning and they were able to get shot by you. How long possibly could they have been there for that to happen, for you to get out the bed, come down the steps, or run through the hall if you got a one level?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How long? Like the steps.
It depends. I mean, if I'm getting it, listen, if my door is being knocked on at 3:00 in the morning,
Whoa, hold on, real quick. Hold on. What, Lolo? He called the police first? Wow. Go ahead, Bolo.
I mean, if my door is being knocked on at 3:00 in the morning and everyone's home.
No. Your back door. Not
back
the
door. Back door first. Okay, back door.
Bro. No, because that makes a difference. That makes a difference at 3 in the morning.
This is true. And of course, I'm I don't know what's going on. I'm bringing out my joint. First of all, I'm not going to open up the door, but here's the thing: I'm not going to shoot through it neither. You don't know what's going on. You dig what I'm saying? You don't know what's going on.
It could be a good friend that's in distress that came. You know what I mean? You don't know. You know what I mean?
It could be anything. So for you to let loose and just let off and you just start spitting, how was that self-defense? But again, I understand that.
Damn, that's tough, Bolo. That's tough, bro. Because
it's very tough. It's very tough. But at the end of the day, this is the difference between what we're talking about, covenant and law, right? When we're talking about covenant, it leaves room for mistakes. It gives you grace and mercy. When you're talking about law, it's in black and white. It is what it is. This is what it is. This is what it's not. And this is what is applicable to when you break this law. It isn't trying to understand to that extent. What danger were you in, my G? You were in your house. That's what the law is going to say. You was in your house. You weren't in any immediate danger. They was ringing your doorbell. Why are you letting off? There could have been something going on in the neighborhood, and the police is knocking on your door just to tell you, yo, listen, man, there's things going on. Just, be careful. Or have you seen these people? They're breaking into, you don't know what's going on. So, I mean, that could be reckless endangerment. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, Bolo, let's see if I can speak your language a little better. You ready?
Please.
All right. Okay. So All right, so right here, brother. Here we go. So let's take it to where it is. I know Brother Polo can give it to us better, right? All right. So Proverbs 24, 3 through 4. By wisdom, a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Through knowledge, its rooms are filled in rare and beautiful treasures. Now, this suggests that a man is responsible for building, maintaining, and protecting his household with wisdom and care, right?
Where we at? Where we at? Proverbs what?
I said Proverbs 24, 3 through 4.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, so basically it is clearly stating, even in the word, that man is responsible for building, maintaining, and protecting his household.
Correct.
Okay.
But here's the thing though. Let's not, you know, the Lord says here through wisdom. Wisdom is going to tell you just don't shoot through a door. Yeah, I have to protect my house. Absolutely. This is why we have Ring doorbells. And if let's say you didn't have a Ring doorbell, scream out in the window, you're my G. Who's that? Who's that outside? You know, who is that? Wisdom is not, you're not using wisdom when you just shoot through a door. You're not using wisdom at all. But yes, that's saying, you know, you have every right to protect your home. You know, through wisdom, a house is built. Through understanding, through wisdom, right? So wisdom is going to tell you, okay, you know, let's build this home and establish it on certain principles. Through wisdom, you're going to teach everyone in your home how to use the weapon, how to protect themselves and things of that nature, just in case of. And us not being God, we can't prepare for every situation. So we try to do our best to prepare for what we can foresee as man, right? But the one thing you're not going to do, let me ask you this. Would you tell your child to shoot through a door if you hear heavy banging?
That isn't what took place though, Brother
Right,
Bolo. Right here in what is it? Nehemiah is station people, right? So in Nehemiah, station people with swords, spears, and bows to protect their families while rebuilding. Right here it says in Luke, it says, when a strong man fully armed guards his house, his possessions are safe.
No one disagrees with you on that.
I'm just saying,
we have to use wisdom when we protect. We have to use wisdom.
Something that is we're missing, Bolo. No, listen.
I mean, you gotta. Okay, before we go on, tell me the situation with this dude that shot through the door, whatever the situation is.
He didn't shoot through the door. He actually opened the door. That's why I'm trying to figure out why is something missing.
So he opened the door. So some kids was knocking on the door crazy.
So they had to have still been there. Is my point. No, biological thinking. So at that point, that's why I even brought up in the word, not to like, no. It's just to simply say, even the word says, if your home is in threat or danger, you should protect it. That's
I agree with you. So I'm trying to gain more information so I could be on the same page as you. So these young men knocked on his door at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, his back door.
Had been reporting the stunt for TikTok when the
oh shit. Hold on. My bad. Hold on. I don't know what this is. All right, hold on. Here we go. Boom.
That went terribly wrong. A high school lacrosse star is dead after what police say started as a late night game of ding dong ditch, the familiar prank where teens ring a doorbell and run away. According to investigators, the group of teenagers had been recording the stunt for TikTok when the homeowner mistook their game for a break-in. What was supposed to be a joke quickly turned deadly. Authorities say one teen is dead, another injured, and now the homeowner is behind bars, charged with murder. I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through the details. Michael Bosworth Jr. had his whole life ahead of him, a senior at Massaponax High School in Virginia and a standout athlete. The 18-year-old was just weeks away from graduating, but instead of celebrating his diploma,
okay, that's what it was, because I have mentioned, okay, people, I'm just saying this for my audience, Bolo. That's what it was. He was weeks away from graduating. I said prom or something. Okay, it was graduation. Okay, y'all. Okay, so now we got it. I got you, Lolo. 1 second. I got you, Lolo.
his family is now preparing to lay him to rest. According to the Spotsylvania County Sheriff's Office, Bosworth was shot and killed early Saturday morning while attempting to film a
Look at the community, Bolo, as well. I'm also, you know, I've had, you know what I mean? Like you see the like the type of houses, right. So getting a feel of how long it take to get to the back door, all of this.
TikTok prank. Deputies say the incident unfolded around 3 a.m. on May 3rd when a 911 call
3 o'clock in the morning, Bolo.
came in reporting that 3 individuals were allegedly trying to break into a home by kicking in the back door. The homeowner, identified as 27-year-old Tyler Butler, told investigators he believed he was being robbed. Butler allegedly opened fire on the teens, killing Bosworth.
I ain't going front.
I don't think anything is going to come of that. I don't think, because
You don't
again,
think so?
I don't think so. Because again, it goes. A lot of things play into and I'm by far not a police officer, but a lot of things go into that thought process, your mind frame, the thought process that you were in when that happened. You just waking up and hearing a loud banging on the door, not knowing or whatever the situation is. So a lot of that, you know, is going to play into that. Now, you know, again, what I didn't like about that broadcast is how they talk. And again, I hate doing this, but I have to.
No, you know you safe here. Do it, because
I
I
have
probably
to,
already
because
did it before you got here.
when you know when kids of color get shot, they don't give that quick background of him having a
A scholarship on the way
life,
out to
all
graduate.
these different things to make to humanize. Again, you know, I'm not trying to make this a black or white thing, but it's kind of crazy how they humanize the white kid, but when the black kid or the Hispanic kid gets shot, they don't humanize. They just say kid gets shot in most situations. So it's just something that stands out to me in that situation. So, you know, and again, it doesn't help that it's a black man. So what I want to see is where all of the pastors and preachers, all of the other people, are they going to come and support this man? Because you said that he's held for murder. He has no bond.
No bond.
I want to see if they're going to get him a GoFundMe.
Where's Al Sharpton?
You know, I want to see these guys that come out, you know,
Right.
because again, this wasn't someone going out there looking for someone to delete.
And they're talking about intent, Bolo.
Yeah, but you know,
You're
like
throwing intent into the factor. How?
Again, like I said before, a lot of the times when they escalate it so quick, it's for political things and for, you know, TV, you know, but a lot of the times in situations like it doesn't go that far, you know, and unfortunately he's going to have to get a lawyer. He's going to have to pay for the lawyer. But I mean, and again, I'm not a cop. I don't know the laws. I don't know what the law specifically is. I know in certain states, you can't shoot somebody out your house. I know they got to be in your house, certain states, you know. So,
Bolo, I just personally, I'm going to go ahead and say this, you know, to the whole. Now I recognize it as us as content creators. We have to be very careful with our verbiage and how we come off to the public, the whole nine. But the fact is this, right? What if I was to say, you know, I've lived in the hood all my life, but I'm not an expert on the hood. So my point is that I do get what we're saying, and I understand why you're saying it. But the fact is, I want us to also this is just that other angle. I'm just bringing another angle to people, brother. It's more so for folks listening. You're gonna have a lot of us out here who it's not about if we're experts or we're certified in degrees and licensed. Some of us have just seen enough. Some of us, honestly, you know what I actually consider to be truly the certificate in wisdom, living long enough, seeing enough, experiencing enough time and time again. You know, almost anything that I speak about, I don't speak about it because that was a one-off. When I really give a detailed, deep analysis on something, it's generally because I actually have seen it time and time and time and time again in my face. I'm only bringing it to you all here now because this is where we just so happen to be. Bolo, if me and you were sitting in face in person, the exact same words and story will be said right now from me, and I'm pretty sure from you as well. So I do want us to recognize that we need to not negate and just totally dismiss life experience, because the fact is that majority of what science studies is just natural life. Science does studies on the how many, like senses and things of that nature. All of that, where do you think it comes from? Where do you think the data comes from? It comes from those of us, just people who actually are living in it every day. But for some reason, then we only want to hear from the people who are doing the recordings of it. Let's tap in. Bolo, finish what you're saying as someone who is experienced in life.
Well, I mean, what Real Serious said is a valid point, right? The intent was to make them think it was a burglary, but then we got to go into what the laws are, because just because you think it's something, doesn't necessarily mean it is something. So we got to go into what the laws are. Now, what he's thinking plays a part in it. Because if you're making me think it is something and I respond to what you wanted me to think it was, and you get something that you didn't think you would get, go figure that, So again, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It looks like it was an affluent area. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I pray for the brother and I pray for the family that lost a child. But here's what we're learning. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. It's something like that happened where these cats, and you probably heard the story, where a similar kid was trying to rob somebody. It was supposed to be a prank, and he was using a fake firearm, and he was
There's a lot of those. I probably have.
And the dude thought he was being robbed and took out his firearm and let
Are you
loose.
talking about in Texas in that restaurant?
I believe it was.
Yeah, he was in a restaurant or something. He was trying to leave out. He was robbing everybody. Is that what you're talking?
No. This one was a prank. The restaurant you're talking about, it was a fake. It was a fake one, but he was robbing the place. This one, it was a prank. Like, at the end, when they get too much, when they say this is just a prank, it's just a prank.
Yeah, no. Oh, no. You know what? Yeah, no, I've seen. I used to watch a lot of those. Yeah, I probably have seen it. Yeah.
This dude let loose and deleted the guy. And they tried to get him for murder, but at the end of the day, they was like, nah, his state of mind is what was important. Like this situation here, his state of mind. He didn't know the firearm was fake. He didn't have no clue. He's thinking that his life is about to be taken. So he did what he needed to do to sustain breath in his body. But of course, you're going to have the opposite side that say, did he need to do that? It's not about did he need to. He felt that he had to. So it's very important to the mind state of that individual in the situation that they're in. That's important.
Well, Bolo, I said the same thing when it comes to the officers themselves. They are allowed to use their firearm, but when they feel like their life was what?
Is threatened.
Come on. So what are we talking about? So you're telling me those same officers, even though they have been deemed and dubbed the officer, right? They still not people? You telling me that guy who is being charged and held without bond can't go, if it was prior to this, apply for the academy? So you telling me that same headspace wouldn't go from his normal life into the academy?
I don't disagree with you, brother.
You see where we at? And I'm just saying, as far as like the trying to make things so, so like he did something that was so outrageous, out of this world, and he like took this and and something, even down to like situational awareness. Let's just say they was to say, very intelligent and everything. Let me just say this, man, because I gotta be real careful, because the young man is deceased. I'm just gonna say this. Me and my homies, like, we did certain things and we were risky on certain things in life, but I'm gonna be honest with you, we were very, very careful with things we did and didn't do. Because we just always had a certain factor of this could end us today. We actually were fearful of the ultimate, and the fear and the fearfulness of the ultimate is what really kept us from doing certain things. Do you see where I'm at, bro?
I see where you're going.
So it's like,
but you know what people never factor in, though, Smitty? People never factor in, or hardly factor in, how it's going to affect the other person. People never factor in the other person going totally left.
Wait, you think I didn't think of that? Of course I thought of that.
Damn it, Bolo. God dang it, Bolo. Go ahead.
People never think of that. People don't think like, that kid that played the prank on that guy he was going to prank that he was robbing him, right?
Yes,
he didn't factor in that dude probably had a firearm on him. Seldomly do cats think and say, "Yo, listen, what's the mind frame of me walking up on somebody that is not on the prank and I pull out a fake firearm and hold it to him and say, 'Give me your money'? What's the worst case scenario?" Hardly anyone ever says that. They just look at views. They just look at getting viewership and getting all of these accolades. That's all they look at. But the worst case scenario is what he got. So when you're ringing doorbells at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, my G, you don't know the trauma, and I guarantee you they're gonna go into this 27-year-old black man's past. If I was his lawyer, I would. You don't know if he had trauma. You don't know if he has PTSD. You don't know if he was in the service. You don't know what he's gone through, because that's going to play a part too. That's going to play a part.
That is something. Hey, brother Bolo, while I have you for this moment, I'm only going to get through maybe about 10 minutes of this. All right. You're a father, and you got boys, right?
2.
I want to ask you, and I want you to listen to this. I'm pretty sure you're hip to this story just as much as others of us, all in the same spaces and things. Did he really do, all right, so 2-part question before I push play. Did this man really do us as the black community justice, and did he make us look righteous? And 2, as a father, let me just push play.
Okay.
I can only tell you that I've never seen someone hunted down and killed like this. Or Hinton drives out of the parking lot, but his family follows him. Hinton drives back to the
For the record, people, this is a whole nother story. We have now switched segments. This is another story. Let's rock out.
police department and drives through the parking lot. His family is still following him. At 12:50, he leaves, drives up Clifton Avenue. His family is still following him. Turns onto Martin Luther King Drive.
Why does the most ratchet always
Most
go down?
violent street in the
Why,
world.
bro? Why? Why can't it ever be a George Jefferson Drive? Or why can't it be a Benjamin Franklin Avenue? Why does it have to be? Why? Why?
Always Martin Luther King.
Damn.
Family members still follow. At 1:05 p.m., Hinton floors the vehicle, crossing into the opposing traffic lanes, and drives directly at Deputy Henderson and hitting him. Here's the left turn arrow right there. So he went through this.
So now we're going to fast forward a little bit. All right. So here we go. So this is a dad. Okay. For those who not here, bow. Okay. Let's go.
Of this deadly chain of events, the new indictments are for 3 people accused of stealing a car and a gun. Investigators say May 1st, these 3 and 18-year-old Ryan Hinton stole a Kia in Kentucky. The fugitive apprehension squad found it in East Price Hill, and when police walked up to that car, all 4 ran off. So that was captured on body cam, and police say—
Now listen, all 4 ran off, but only 1 was hit. Who was the one? We're going to make the connections. I'm just pausing it at times to help you guys follow the connection I'm making. Watch it now.
They saw a gun, and an officer shot his gun, hitting and killing Ryan Hinton. So investigators say it was after Ryan Hinton's father saw the body cam where his son was shot to death that he went looking for an officer to get revenge and ran over Deputy Larry Henderson.
Now to some breaking news.
Wow.
Okay, play it back a little bit. Play it back.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, here we go. I got you.
Let loose.
I got you. So let's go. No problem. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to kind of, I just want to get it marked right. There we go.
New indictments are for 3 people accused of stealing a car and a gun. Investigators say May 1st, these 3 and 18-year-old Ryan Hinton stole a Kia in Kentucky. The fugitive apprehension squad found it in East Price Hill, and when police walked up to that car, all 4 ran off. So that was captured on body cam, and police say they saw a gun, and an officer shot his gun, hitting and killing Ryan Hinton. So investigators say it was after Ryan Hinton's father saw the body cam where his son was shot to death that he went looking for an officer to get revenge and ran over Deputy Larry Henderson.
Now, did he say
I
that
can only tell you that I've never seen someone hunted down and killed like this. Or Hinton drives out of the
say that the
parking lot.
officer saw a gun? Or did I hear wrong?
Oh, shoot. I'm on mute. My bad. That's what they said. I'm sorry. I was talking the whole time.
So he said that the officer that shot thought that he saw a gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So now, mind you, so to paint the picture of what we're looking at, okay? So again, the 2-part question is he righteous for the black people? That's the first part. The second part,
who righteous for the black people?
What he did, he hunted down that,
the father?
Yeah, the dad.
Go ahead. Is he righteous for the black people? Go ahead.
And just, I'm a father too. I mean, but I have a daughter, so that's why, I mean, I think, you know what I mean? I do think it just, I don't know. I just think it's somewhat still different between sons and daughters.
But his family follows him. Hinton drives back to the police department and drives through the parking lot. His family is still following him. At 12:50, he leaves, drives up Clifton Avenue. His family is still following him. Turns onto Martin Luther King Drive. Family members still follow. At 1:05 p.m., Hinton floors the vehicle, crossing into the opposing traffic lanes, and drives directly at Deputy Henderson and hitting him. Here's the left turn arrow right there. So he went through this. The family, keep in mind.
All right. So just to start off with that part, now I'm going to fast forward. Now, yeah, because it's a lot that's going on with this right here. And shout out to OG Jericho. But it's a lot that's not being said, but we're gonna look at it though. Go ahead, what you got, Bola?
Well, just saying, taking in what I just took in. The first question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a father who has lost a son. So there's nothing like losing a child. Okay. It's a very highly traumatic situation. It can spiral you out of control. Absolutely it can. So that being said, I didn't lose my child like this man lost his. So taking it from that perspective, I can understand his the loss. However, there is a however.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
The situation is the whole picture. You know, a lot of the times when we're in our emotions and we're in our trauma, we take snapshots and we look at things through a tunnel. We have tunnel vision, right? This is why the Lord tells you be angry and sin not. He allows you to be angry, but he doesn't want you to make decisions that you wouldn't normally make if you were thinking clearly.
Okay.
When it just happens, when anything just happens, typically we're not thinking clearly. So the Lord gives us that grace and mercy to be angry. Now, when you come out of that red zone where all you see is red and you're able to think, your son stole a car. Now, son stole a car. They get caught. And instead of just dropping and saying, I'm caught, they get up and they run. Now, this is the fugitive task force, right? So their senses is heightened. Now, again, I don't think anyone should the young man have been deleted for this? I don't think so. No. However, as a judge, you have to put yourself in both situations and look at it from both situations. You don't know what's going on. You run into the situation and you see, was a gun recovered, or did he just think he saw a gun?
Let's go ahead and listen right here.
Images claiming his civil rights were violated. Hinton is currently being held in the Claremont County Jail after his arrest on May 2nd following the crash near the UC campus. The lawsuit names the state of Ohio, the Cincinnati Police Department, Sheriff Charmaine McCuffey, the Hamilton County Justice Center, and 10 others. The suit claims officers tried to intimidate Hinton in court and violated the 13th and 14th Amendments, among other allegations. Now, so far, officials have not commented on this lawsuit.
And it's mighty funny that we ain't seen none of this footage.
All right, so hold on. Yeah, they recovered a gun, but it wasn't near him from what it says right here in this report. I looked up on it.
Okay.
It says gun was recovered feet away from him. Okay. So basically, I guess on that instant when we saw that this camera shot angle right here, I believe it was right here.
Where his son was shot to death.
Right
and
here.
He went looking for an officer to get revenge and ran over Deputy Larry Henderson. Ryan Hinton. So investigators say it was after Ryan Hinton's father saw the body cam where his son was done. Investigators say May 1st, these 3 and 18-year-old Ryan Hinton stole a Kia in Kentucky. The fugitive apprehension squad found it in East Price Hill. And when police walked up to that car, all 4 ran off. So that was captured.
Boom. Right here. That's where they shot him. Right in between those trash cans.
Wow.
But the gun, where they found the gun, I guess he must, you know how it is. You know, he must have
throw the gun away. You don't want that.
Right. So when they finally hit him in between these trash cans, he didn't have it on him.
Captured on body cam, and police say that.
Right there.
Right.
Nah, he already dished it.
He already dished it. It's a sad situation.
He saw a gun.
Yeah. However, you got to understand something, man. You know, thank the Lord that He didn't make me a police officer.
Oh man, wow. Why you say that?
Why?
Yeah, why you say that?
I'd be a different breed of dude, brother. Because I'm trying to go home. I'm trying to go home, my G.
See what you saying. I see what you saying.
Feel me on that. Without me going too deep, I'm trying to go home. So thank the Lord He didn't make me a police officer. So, again, do you have a-hole police officers? Absolutely. Absolutely. Would this be considered that situation? I don't know. This you have to take in everything that's going on. This is the what's the name of this task force? What was it called?
Basically,
fugitive task force. I think they said.
Yeah, fugitive. I mean, honestly, fugitive / gang unit. They're the gang unit.
Dudes are already they think a certain way already.
Yeah, they do. They do.
If
They're not regular off. They're not the regular PDs.
They're not regular police. So if I'm in, listen, we know as black men and Hispanic men, or black and Hispanic people, that if you're in Virginia, Alabama, Texas, and you get stopped late at night by a white police officer, you're already leery. You're leery. And you don't know if that police officer is the sweetest dude on the planet. You don't know. But you're just leery because your senses are heightened, right? How much more police officers, especially in the gang task fugitive unit? You stop your car, you get up and you run off and ditch your gun. If that's what actually happened, we're going off what they're saying. But I get his loss. I understand his loss. I get it. But when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, bro. And sometimes those stupid prizes can end up being your life.
Wait, so are you saying that for the dad or the son?
I'm saying that for the son. I'm not saying for the dad. I understand. Absolutely. Absolutely. You put yourself in a position. Brother, listen. At the end of the day, I don't wish death on nobody. I don't wish death on nobody. But here it is. I don't understand why you just don't give in. Give up.
Okay.
That's my issue. You tried to get away. You got caught. It is what it is, baby. It is what it is. You got caught. When you start running into bushes and start running behind stuff, what do you expect me to do?
So you saying that, look, Bolo, I want you to look at him. Does he look like he's trying to shoot at the police or get away from the police, Bolo? In this picture right here, sir.
Like he's trying to get away.
Listen, at this very moment,
right.
That was the last. Listen, so I'm going to paint the picture for people.
Right. Paint the picture.
In his mind, all right, 1 foot is down, 1 foot is up. He is on a stride. The only thing going through his mind from what I'm looking at is, I just want to get away. This young man had no clue. I want you to look at the outfit he has on. I want you to look at the shoes, look at the pants.
All right.
The reason why I say all these things, because I know what it's like to be just hairs away from not being here after that was the last
I've been there too, Smitty. I've been there too. And what did you learn from that situation, Smitty?
How so disposable we are, just like the trash can bins that he's around. We are so disposable easily. I'm gonna be real with you. That's what I learned. I learned that I need to be very, very careful on how I move personally. Now, the message you want to get across, you speak that, Bolo. I want to hear it. I want to teach you.
What I learned when I did stupid stuff, and I reflect on it, my life could have been taken for something stupid. That's what I learned. And I
So running from the police is go ahead. Sorry.
No, make your statement. Running from the police is stupid.
Because when I look at this picture, Bolo,
right,
he's not like we're not like he's not. Listen, seconds after that, they he didn't get it was right around this trash can, maybe right where the grass started, past the dirt. He didn't get too far, And these seconds, these were the last, like him seeing anything. At least he saw nature before he left. I ain't even gonna lie, I'm dead ass. I'm no, for real. I'm not trying to be funny or nothing. I'm so dead ass. At least he did see life around him before he left here. Like, but real talk,
I don't think he deserved death.
Thank you.
I don't think he deserved death.
But Bolo, you said earlier when you
However,
deserve stupid prizes. That just bothered me. That's all.
What I'm saying to you is, I don't know what's in another man's thoughts. I don't know what's in that cop's thoughts.
I can get with you on that.
That's what I'm saying. The same way that dude wrote.
That's why we don't talk back to him over here.
Right.
We don't do all that, like roll the window down. Why
I roll all my windows down? My hands is on my
everything. It's full of clients because I don't know what type of cop you are.
I don't know what the situation is. Now here it is. It's already an intense situation. Y'all stole a car. Right? According to this, I don't know how true it is, but according to what you're showing me, you stole a car. You and your peoples stole a car. They find you. The gang task fugitive unit find you. They're not regular cops. These are dudes that have a certain mind frame, a certain thought process.
No, they also have certain pictures and aliases. They know your nickname, all of that. They're not regular cops.
So
They're not.
They approach you in the car. You don't say, I'm caught. I'm good. Yo, be here, man. Y'all got me. Y'all, someone is strapped. I don't know if everybody, but according to what you're saying to me, someone was strapped.
Right.
Everybody gets out the car. They all scatter. And he happens to be the one, I guess, that the strap was closest to or whatever. I don't know. Now, again, is it deserving of him losing his life? Hell no, it's not. But at the end of the day, I can't slap Smitty. And then when Smitty decides to pick up a chair and hit me with it, say, why did you respond that way?
Yeah, it's called cause and effect. Science
Correct.
proves it.
So again, I don't think he was deserving of death, not at all. However, you don't know what the thought, but these dudes go into this daily. So there's a certain mind state that they have to be in. I was watching a television show. You ever watch a television show called Landman?
No, I've never. Maybe you gotta give me hip. Send me a little clip of it. You might get me hip to something that I might get into. I'm one of them. You got to get me hip to shows now. I don't watch TV.
On a different level. It's about Texas and oil and how they get the oil out the ground and maintain it.
Right.
So this kid, one of the dudes that run it, his son, is coming into the business.
Okay.
So he puts them with the crew that he knows. Now this crew has an uncle, a brother, a nephew, and I believe a son. 2 generations of people. And they're dealing with oil, highly flammable. And they tell him, because he's new, yo, B, go to the car and go grab something. He goes to the car to grab something, and they wanted to do this thing quickly. They didn't want to do it safely. You understand? You hear the difference? They wanted to stop this oil rig quickly, not safely. And when he hit the hammer, a spark happened, killed everybody.
Ooh, haste makes
Except
waste.
him. So now they're looking at it like it was him and his negligence because he's new and blah, 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 blah. And that wasn't the case. So it's the thought process. No job is more important than your safety. I don't care what it is. No job is more important than your safety. I want to go home to my children and my wife. Smitty, you feel what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
I do.
If you make my situation easier, it calms my anxiety down.
Okay.
Jay-Z said something in a rap record. He said, my man, and I forget how he said it, but he said, don't move, don't hiccup. Because if you move or flinch, it's going to cause me to flinch. So everybody be still. Because right now I'm already hyped. Be still.
I even have it in the rhyme. where I said myself an old one, where I said, yeah, I watch your eyes. Looking in your eyes, but I watch your hands just in case you try to get even.
See,
Basically.
so
Yeah.
so
Looking
so
at you, I'm looking at you in
you
your
look
eyes.
at you look at the whole body movement, and because you know the difference between a robber and a murderer, right? If someone is trying to rob me, they ain't trying to kill me. They want my money, they want my jewelry, they want whatever I got, and they're gonna go. You know when someone is gonna murder you, because no matter what you give them, they gonna murder you. At that point, fight. At that point, I would say fight. But if it's a dude that just want to rob, he's already antsy, he's already nervous, take what you want, go. But if you feel in the spirit that this dude is going to murk me regardless, then I tell you, go fight him. If he's going to do it anyway, don't make it easy for him. But
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. Like you don't have listen, Bolo. You ain't gotta get that far for me to feel like my life is in danger. Listen, if you standing up over top of me while I'm like eating and you trying to, that's
I feel that way too. I feel that way too.
Like you don't stand over top of no man. You
Right.
don't. Like, it's listen. Like even down to like just the whole time you talking. You know the main things I'm paying attention to again is your eyes and your hands.
Absolutely. The
looking at
inflection, the intonation of your voice, all these different things.
Say this real. Let me say this real quick. If you talking to me the whole time, and while you talking to me, I keep noticing you keep kind of clutching the like your hands keep kind of doing kind of these real tight. They down by your side, but they keep kind of hitting a little fist. Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me step back and give myself some room to maneuver and do what I need to do. You know, my father always told me when you drive your car, you never pull up right on the back side of someone's car. Always give yourself some room to maneuver out, just in case if you have to. You know, these are thought processes that we have to teach our youngins. These are thought processes. So at the end of the day, my job is to make you feel calm so I go home. Because all you have to say is, I felt threatened and I'm getting buried and you're getting whatever's happening to you. So you know what? I want to go home. My job is not to fight that battle on the street. It's not to fight that battle right there on the street at all.
So this is my main thing, right? So my main question, all right, Bolo. My main question is this, right? Is what he did, is that the dad, is that plus for the black community?
Is that what?
Is it what the dad did?
Right.
Is it a plus for the black community, or is it a minus?
It's not. I think what we're doing is we're doing it wrong. If people are thinking that it was, black people are not a monolith, though, dog. You know what I'm saying? So if you're trying to say that this was a father grieving, this had nothing to do with black and white. Maybe it had something to do with black and white because the cop that probably shot him was white or whatever. In that case, yeah. But this is just a father. Right. He's not doing this for the black community. He's doing it because his son just passed.
That's interesting.
So to look at it as, is it a positive for the black community or a negative for we got to stop doing that, because we don't do that with any other race. Sometimes it's just an isolated situation. He's a grieving father. He lost his son in a very violent way, and he couldn't just let it go.
But Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Does this help us as the black community? I'm just curious.
Breaking news right now. The man accused of intentionally hitting and killing Deputy Larry Henderson has filed a lawsuit in federal court. So Rodney Hinton Jr. is seeking $25 million in damages, claiming his civil rights were violated.
You shots great, but
all right, so his civil rights were violated. Now, let's go ahead and look at what we got.
His civil rights was violated from a little.
Now, Rodney Hinton Jr., the father, after getting that revenge that he sought in killing and taking the life of Larry Henderson, the officer who was working traffic duty, they're now saying that Rodney Hinton Jr. is now suing for $25 million for the violation of his civil rights during that arrest, right? After killing the officer, Larry Henderson.
A man accused of intentionally hitting and killing Deputy Larry Henderson has filed a lawsuit in federal court.
So Rodney Hinton Jr. is seeking $25 million in damages, claiming his civil rights were violated. Hinton is currently being held in the Claremont County Jail after his arrest on May 2nd, following the crash near the UC campus. The lawsuit names the state of Ohio, the Cincinnati Police Department, Sheriff Charmaine McCuffey, the Hamilton County Justice Center, and 10 others. The suit claims officers tried to.
I'm sorry. I don't even mean to do this. Like, I don't even mean to, like, look, that's just my brain.
The Hamilton County.
Is it just me, or am I the only one that thought his lawyer was Samuel L. Jackson? I'm sorry.
Samuel L. Jackson, or what's the other black dude?
Am I the only one?
The alien in the movie, I forgot. Is a black guy. I forgot his name. But yeah,
County Justice Center and 10 others. The suit claims officers tried to intimidate Hinton in court and violated the 13th and 14th Amendment.
I ain't gonna lie. It looks like at that moment he looked over at his his client, and said, "A snake ate me."
But among other allegations. Now, so far, officials have not commented on this lawsuit.
And it's mighty funny that we ain't seen none of this footage yet. We have not seen.
Shout out to OG Jericho. Morgan Freeman. You got a Morgan Freeman. Okay. It's giving a Morgan Freeman. I get you. All right. Shout out to OG Jericho. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe, support our own. We are all we got. Let's go ahead and listen.
In the footage, right, showing the arrest of Rodney Hinton at the crime scene. Now, they showed us Rodney Hinton getting arrested at the hospital, right, after treatment. And it don't look like the brother got too much treatment because he couldn't hardly move, right?
Now, again, Bolo, let's pay attention. I'm going to pause it in a moment, and I want everybody else in the audience to really pay attention. How, for some reason, it seems to be all of these missing pieces. Now, that's nothing new with the news. That's nothing new. We know this from back when we were growing up and ever since it's been, began. But I just want to really highlight how much more it is exacerbated, the lack of evidence, and how just don't make sense.
What evidence are you at? What evidence are you talking about? You talking about the way they arrested him? The way they arrested the father?
Yes.
Well, I mean, listen. I would expect that they would probably beat his behind for killing one of their own, and somehow that video is going to get lost. You know what I'm saying? Because the cop that he ran over, and murked, right? Was that one of the cops that did that had something to do with his son, or was this a totally different cop?
Basically, look, I'm not gonna say too much, but all I'm gonna say is, if you put the pieces of Tetris together right, everything connects. Legos all stack. That's all I'm gonna say.
In the body cam footage, this man could barely walk, y'all. They had to double walk him, as they said. One officer on this arm, other officer on that arm. Say, man, what they do to that boy up and up? Now, the chief is claiming that she's, being transparent, and she put that video out showing the officer-involved shooting of 18-year-old Ryan Hinton that kicked this whole ordeal off, right? These tragic events leading up to Larry Henderson, the officer, being killed. And now I'm wondering, okay, where's the transparency at with the actual arrest at the crime scene, where we can see Rodney Hinton Jr. getting out of that vehicle or being taken out of that wrecked vehicle after he struck the officer there on the scene?
Right there, Bolo.
Yeah,
pay attention to what's coming up now. Hold on, Bolo.
Go ahead.
I got you. Because I want to keep it flowing. Watch this.
There, right? We need to see exactly.
Oh my God. You got you a window, sir. Say what you got to say. You got a window.
Here's my thing, right? That I haven't heard anyone talk about.
Right.
Now, the question I asked you this question, but you didn't answer me. The cop that the father deleted, was that cop part of the fugitive task unit, or was he a street cop?
It's the same. It's the same division. Let's go, Bolo.
Hold on. What do you mean
See,
by
hey,
same
man, y'all
division?
beat the hell out of me, man.
As in, all right,
Is it
same
the
division.
same precinct?
No, I got you. No, trust me, I got you. When I
Okay.
say division, as in, watch this. Okay, same division. I'm on my team, right? Washington, right? Not, we call them skins to this day. The Giants, the Eagles, right? Giants, Eagles, and Dallas is in our division. Are we the same team? No.
Okay.
Are we the same division? Yes.
Okay. I see
So
your
that's
point. Okay.
what I mean, right. So yeah, it's a different branch.
Right,
of-
but it's the same under the same umbrella.
They all under the same
Here's my
shit.
question.
Exactly.
Here's my question.
Everybody high fives and fist bumps each other. They all have the same cookouts.
Cool.
Some of them are dating each other's sisters and wives and all that. It's the
Okay,
same,
but
they all on the same golf course, bruh.
But here's the question. Here's the question. Even though they're on the same division, I mean the same team, different division, right? Same team under the same umbrella, but different division.
There you go.
Did that man have any children?
Let's find out something, Bolo.
Y'all beat the shit out of me out there, man. Now I'm talking about, now I'm suing. That's right. Big ass lawsuit. Like staying on Martin, right? They better get ready for that big ass lawsuit. 25 million, man.
This is the main thing that I want us to hone in and focus on. So, Bola, I want you to direct your thoughts on, as we're looking at this, is he, let's say, in any form or fashion, justified to file for a lawsuit? But I want us to look at why possibly he could be. Yeah, regardless of what he did, and we know he's actually guilty for, which he claims that he admits to.
Right.
How was he still eligible for a lawsuit?
Because of the way they, because of the way they treat him, their emotions, the police officers, their emotions got the best of him, and it sounds like when he was in custody, they took certain liberties that they weren't supposed to take.
Can you imagine being the first black man who actually offed an officer and you got off on it? Not only did you get off on it, you got paid for it.
He's not. I don't think he's getting.
And
off.
we can see in that
He's not getting off. He's not getting off.
I don't be surprised.
I don't think he's getting off.
You don't think he's going to get off?
No, he might get the lawsuit because regardless of the fact, you're still supposed to treat me with dignity and respect, right? Regardless of what I've done.
Okay, so
the lawsuit he may get, but
so
you murked the police officer, my G.
Yeah, but you know something? There are also people who, they had their doors kicked in. Listen, the fact is, me, myself, I've had, like, let's say, for example, a petty charge. Yeah, I mean, we're talking, petty shit. You know why it actually got thrown out?
Why?
Because it was just like one sentence in the paperwork wrong. Listen, paperwork.
Okay.
Let alone what you talking about, what could be wrong in full body cam footage. Bruh, there are so many factors. Listen, that's why it's so delicate for the officers themselves. We don't realize that. Let me help you out, bro. The very second that they do anything outside of the box, it can acquit that man.
Oh, absolutely.
Listen, watch. I didn't say he's innocent.
Right, I didn't say you said that. So what you're saying to me, let me understand this. So you're saying to me, because this is where the police are going to, from my understanding, going to compartmentalize. In other words, meaning,
yes, they're going to try to. Oh, they are desperately.
What they're going to say is the way he was treated after the incident was wrong. Is he deserving of this bread? Let's say worst case scenario, yes, here. Because of how he was treated, he's supposed to be treated with dignity and respect. Regardless, he has to be proven guilty. Cool. Now, if he admitted to doing what he said, what they're saying he did, then you're pleading guilty, doing it. Now, unless you got a hell of a lawyer, that can get you on that what's the that you was out of your mind?
Oh, insanity plea.
Insanity plea? Unless you
Yes.
have a hell of a lawyer that can get you off on that insanity plea,
Yes.
I think he's doing some time. I don't think he's gonna do as much time as someone that just decided just to do what he did. But being that it's attached to his son, I think that there'll be some type of leniency and mercy given. But
Bolo, I'm gonna say
that's gonna be a hard one.
Nah, man. That's what she said. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this much. Now, my man, he can actually get probation. Yeah. Now listen. Yeah, he might be on. Listen, like a 15-year jump. Now listen. Yeah, he can actually get. See, this is what's so crazy. He can get himself like a probation where it is like 15 years, but any infraction. I'm talking about a mismeeting, a slip.
He crossed the street wrong. He finished.
And they gonna hit you. Can he? So that's what I'm saying.
Well, listen, I don't know the law. Right now, I'm freestyling. I know the scriptures. I don't know the law.
Good. No. You good. You good on that. Don't worry. I'll give opportunity for scripture to take place. I know how to work and mold this. Don't you worry about it, black man. I got you. We're gonna make sure you fit in. My whole thing is for right now. I'm just saying, like, nah, it's possible he can, like, if anything that they did was off.
They're gonna scrutinize it. They're gonna scrutinize it. Because again, I'm not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? But I can use common sense. So they're going to scrutinize everything from what happened with his son to this. They're going to scrutinize everything and look for any dot that shouldn't be where it should be or any I that should be there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, let me ask you a question.
What's up?
All of their T's are crossed and their I's are dotted,
right?
You got a problem.
You
got a problem.
Nah, you got a point there.
And this is what I'm going to tell you. They're going to make sure, to the best of their ability, that their T's are crossed and their I's are dotted. That's probably why they haven't handed over the police video of them arresting him.
Now, let's get to the further part of that. I'm glad you said that. With that being said, the time right now was 11:56 p.m. East Coast Standard Time, and I thank you all for watching. Let's rock out and get through I say about 10 minutes of this. Let's rock out.
That body camera footage, when that they showed conveniently of him being arrested at the hospital. No. Show us the arrest footage, right? Because maybe they arrested that man first before they took him to the hospital. See, might be some violation of rights right there. Maybe they felt like, well, we ain't gonna take him to the hospital. We're gonna go ahead and take him straight to the jail, right? Violate this man's rights all over. So as we seen him in the hospital, right, on that body cam footage being transferred over to the jail.
Can you stand up for me, sir?
It's so conflicting because it is a half of me. This is the worst tasting Arnold Palmer I've ever had festering inside of myself. There's a half of me that's saying, nigga, why you do this dumb ass shit knowing what comes behind this? But it's also this part of me that says, let me listen to what's being said.
All right. I'll put this around your waist. Need you to rotate this right around. All right. I got to walk your ankles as well, so.
Deputies then load Hinton.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Bolo. Thank you so much, Black Man. So we have to remember, although you see him right there, he's dealing with, whatever they, however they Rodney Kingdom, right? And, a lot of people may say it's justified, whatever. Still, regardless, the fact is, we're talking about a man who is dealing with a loss of his son. Everything that he did is because of the loss of his son. He didn't do it outside of that reason. So I just want to keep, and I'm not justifying it.
But then does that justify them doing what they did to him because of them losing their brother?
Shit.
I'm sorry I threw that monkey.
Wait, you think I didn't think of that? Of course I thought of that.
I'm sorry. See how far the rabbit hole goes?
Yeah, man, it does. It's deep. Shit, man. Damn, man.
I just made this show an hour longer.
Let's go.
That's the point of it. That's the point. That he he's a distraught father, like any father would be. You know what I'm saying? But again, we have to look at cause and effect. You said that, right? Cause and effect.
Yes.
Seldomly we deal with the cause. A lot of the times we deal with the effect, right? Seldomly we deal with the cause. The cause was you stole these cars. And instead of taking the L, instead of saying, I'm not running, because by me running, I'm putting myself in a higher proximity or probability of getting shot. So you know what? They got us, dogs, you got me. Whatever punishment that comes with me taking the car, I'm going to have to take it or get a good lawyer. Maybe I can put it down to probation. They didn't do it.
Hey, Bolo, I tell you right now, I've had more officers tell me, listen, I'm dead ass when I say more. I mean, as in,
I know what you're going to say too. I know what you're going to say.
I've had more officers. No, I've had more officers tell me on the way to the station. Just I'm talking about they adjusting a little rear view, looking at me in the back like, hey, just show up. I ain't gonna be there. And the reason why, listen, but I'm trying to tell you something. I'm really complimenting what you're saying. The reason why they were saying that is because, like you said, like, you got me, I'm caught. Like, I didn't make them have to like scuff up their shit. Like,
right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I just said,
nothing personal.
You got it, bro. You got it.
You got me. It's nothing personal. We played the game. You caught me.
Exactly.
It's not personal.
I know the cat and mouse. Exactly, bro. Like, I know, like, your job is to catch me. My job is to try to get away. Like,
Absolutely.
I know how this go, bro. It is what it is.
But when you escalate it and you double down.
I never turned a misdemeanor into a felony.
See?
Leave it at that. I never turned a misdemeanor.
Put a drop on that too, brother.
It stayed exactly a misdemeanor, and not only that, it went from a misdemeanor to a nale proseque for those who are hip. Let's rock out.
Into the van for the trip to the jail in that neighboring county. It's Claremont County.
All right, easiest way is just turn around and slide in.
Now, I do have a story. I do have a story where I was with my man Rome. I was with Pops and Henny. Me, Rome, Pops, and Henny. We was coming from a club in Laurel, and we got pulled over. I knew I had a warrant, and I ain't gonna lie, they had us all sitting on the grass on the side of the road, and I don't know why, something in my mind said, kick it. and it wasn't a Bruce Lee movie. I just all of a sudden got up and started running. I did.
I can do it.
Listen, out of all, like and you know, like we all sit down on the curb, like you know, you got your hands, you know, it's all four of y'all. We all looking at each other like, so yeah, you know, I'm looking at each other, and I'm like, I don't say nothing to nobody. I just keep looking back and forth, and I was just checking traffic because it was a main road right there. I just want to see if the light is red down the street. Do I gotta open it? And yeah, I waited for it. I waited for it, and I went on ahead and kicked it. I kicked it something vicious, and I got caught. I was winded. We came from the club. I was drinking. But you know, it was just one of those experiences, man. Shout out to Rome. Shout out to Henny. They definitely remember that day in Laurel.
They face me and then sit down and slide.
Now I couldn't find nowhere how long that brother Rodney Hinton Jr. stayed in the hospital. Maybe this is another part, you know, that we'll find out that's going to be related to the lawsuit, because it seemed as if he wasn't healed up all the way. He could barely move in any circumstance. They had to help him with everything. He could barely walk, let alone barely stand up or talk when they tried to communicate with the brother. So is all this going to be in the lawsuit to where, you know, Rodney Hinton Jr. feels like he was, you know, violated as far as his rights go because they did not allow him time, proper time, adequate time to heal up after that accident. That was a tragic, deadly accident. As we
shout out to OG Jericho. Make sure you all go subscribe to OG Jericho TV. Huh?
Was it an accident?
Bolo, let's give it a second. I want the video to play for more. I promise you. Once I pause it, I'm gonna just give you the floor, Brody. I just want to get my soliloquy in. I'm gonna let him get his in. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to OG Jericho TV. OG Jericho TV. Support our own. We are all we got. They may not like us, but I love us.
We know, you know, with this officer Larry Henderson being killed after being struck by Rodney Hinton Jr. But what about the time that, you know, Rodney Hinton Jr. actually needed to heal up himself after that accident? See, so that right there, I feel might be a part of that lawsuit, that they just came in and, you know, yanked him up out the hospital without proper care, you know, then put him in jail.
So there you go, Bolo. That's your window right there. So after, you know, I want to give a nice little bit. You got the floor, Brody. So you said, was it really an accident, Rock?
Was it an accident?
Talk about it. That's your.
It's saying that this dude, he looked for a cop to you know, to do what he did.
Hold on. Okay, so just like you said earlier, so was it an accident that the cop went on ahead and offed his son who didn't clearly have a gun?
No, it wasn't an accident, brother. Listen, if I'm talking to you as a cop, my job is to neutralize. My job ain't to wound. My job is to neutralize. My job is to
neutralize somebody running from you, Bolo.
How do you neutralize them? Send a mass.
No, I mean, well, I would say taser.
Send a mass.
He was running.
He was running
with no gun on.
Brother, listen, we got to stop this, dog. We got to stop this. When someone is wrong, somebody is wrong. We got to stop just because he's black. That we got to, you know, we got to stop that.
No.
Does he deserve death?
I didn't say black.
I'm just saying he doesn't deserve death.
No, I'm going by what we've seen, Bolo.
All right. What I'm saying to you is I don't know, Smitty. I'm not in that man's body. I don't know. I can't say that Smitty punching that dude in the face 4 times was it warranted. I'm not in Smitty's body. I don't know what Smitty was thinking. I don't know the adrenaline. I don't know what Smitty was feeling. I have no clue. All I can go by is the evidence of what's in front of me in a damn video, a cam video. That's the only thing that I can do, right? So I'm going to say the kid got caught. They did have a pistol, according to what they say. I don't know. I'm going according to what they say. They did have a pistol. So chances are, if there's one pistol, I'm gonna think that there's more. I don't know what you're grabbing.
Wait, Bolo.
Huh?
Oh, Bolo, I'm gonna let you finish. I want you to listen to the key word you just said. The key word you just said, thought and had. Nothing is of present, pointing at, and at the moment. You said thought and had. Both of those are pretense. Now, when we
You waiting for someone to point something at you? Let me ask you that. You see Bolo run and dish a gun. Dish a gun off into the bushes.
Right.
You waiting for someone to point a gun at you before you take action?
Bolo.
I'm asking you a question.
That he ditched the gun.
I'm saying whoever ditched the gun. I don't know if it was the kid. I said whoever. All that tells me is these cats have pistols.
Wait. Because I like to play fair ball.
Okay.
I want you to present your scenario again, and I'm going to respond to that only.
What I'm saying to you is, you see, it was 5 kids, right, or 4? 5, right? Okay,
4 to
5. 4 or 5.
More than
multiple. They all bounce and dip set in their own different ways. They run off.
Right.
One of them dish off a pistol according to what the police is saying. I don't know if it's true or not, but we're going off what we have.
Allegedly.
There you go. That's a better way of saying it. Alleged. Okay.
Right.
Are you waiting to see if anyone else has a gun? Or are you going to be like, yo, my man, dogs? Because again, it's not like I got you, Smitty. I got you. And you're thinking about running. I say, Smitty, don't do it, dog, because again, we all want to go home, my G. This ain't the end of the world. You just stole a car. Now, that's my thought process. Okay. But when there's a firearm allegedly involved, that changes the whole scope of my thought process.
Right.
It changes the whole scope of it now at this point.
Bolo.
Yes, sir.
You know, just even from as somebody who has played Call of Duties, watch this. You'll see where I'm going.
And I play Call of Duty too, so I understand what you're saying.
Good. I'm so glad you do. So watch this. You know, they have certain things where it's like before you can even elevate to a certain level on a video game, you know, they have like these little sparring spots where you go through like these little wooden parts and stuff, and they got targets that pop up, and you got to,
Yeah, but here's the thing: we're fallible.
Okay, so let's translate that into real life,
Right.
Bolo.
Yes.
Video games nowadays teach us about
But
fire.
we're man, Smitty. We're man. We're fallible. We make mistakes. Brother, what I'm saying to you is, as me as a black man, what I teach my children,
don't want to hear about a mistake.
What I'm saying to you,
training hear about a mistake in the training. You won't.
You know what that's
you
like?
Don't hear it was a mistake if one of your sons, Lord forbid.
I understand. I understand your point, but training is that's like saying to a dude looking for a wife that vetting. If you vetted this woman and she still winded up doing whatever she did, it's your fault. Vetting just puts you in the best position to make the best decision that you can in the situation that you're in. Training is the same. Training doesn't make me perfect, brother. I don't care how much training you get. Training is not going to make you perfect.
Listen, whether training, listen, first and foremost, that, you know, like the other day I heard you say to somebody, it's almost like asinine to say that God is in control when we know that, right? So Bolo, when you say that, yeah, same thing, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
There's no need to say that because we all know that humans are not perfect, so that whatever training that humans come up with, we know that there's possibly should be some flaws in there because the imperfect human designed this whole concept. So we know that there should be some trial and error.
Okay.
That even came up to the entire concept.
Okay. Right. So the situation here is sad, right? Because what we're going to say is, hey, his training should have kicked in, and you're absolutely 100% correct.
Okay.
Again, we're going to leave room for error. Why
You
we
can't.
gonna
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. The story. Hold on, real quick, Bolo. The story I just presented before us was a black man who had his door being banged on, and you know what? Is there any room for error for him? Consider, no, I know you not, like, for the record, everybody. Bolo, one of us, like, so don't nobody get that shit twisted. This is me and this is family talking right now, so don't try to get it twisted. We at the spades table. Don't get shit twisted.
So, like I said to you before, I don't think that it's going to go any further. I don't think it's going to go any further. I think that he's going to be freed, the black dude in the house. But there's political things that play out that they have to do on TV and they have to present. That situation ain't this.
Presents it though. I want you to pay attention to the factor in which it is I just presented.
Which is?
Say it was he was arrested for something that, you know what I'm saying? Like, he felt his life was in danger.
Correct.
All right. So now we're talking about a whole different scenario here.
You just shot yourself in the foot, right? You know that, right?
Go ahead, Bob.
Let me show you how you did.
Go ahead, Bob.
That man behind a door had heard a knock. He heard a knock. He just woke up. He shot through the door because he felt that, hey, I'm thinking my life is threatened. These cats is coming to rob me, correct?
Correct.
All right. How much more a cop who finds you stealing a car, you're caught. You and your 4 to 5 homeboys jump out and allegedly dump out a gun.
Okay.
What's his thought process?
What is his thought process?
Correct.
It's going to definitely be fight or flight. And if you're in a chase, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be more in a fight mode than flight mode because you have to apprehend.
That's the point. And if I see that you dropped a gun off allegedly,
right,
that changes the dynamics a little bit. Or a lot bit, whichever you choose to use. It changes the dynamics. Now,
to what you just said, you said if I see, no, wait, Bolo.
Right.
I like you said that. If I see you dropped the gun, it changes. Right. So yes, the dynamic that should be changed is I should be just a little bit less. I'm not going to say I won't pull the trigger, but I will be a little more apprehensive before I do.
I agree.
Like on some like hair trigger.
I don't disagree with you. I agree.
Rock
However, again, you have a dude, and again, 2 different situations, but the circumstances are the same because it goes into mind frame. It goes into thought process, right? This guy's in the bed. He hears loud knocking on the back. Man, I'm thinking someone coming to jack me. Who's knocking on my door 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? Like they got no damn sense. So I'm thinking they're going to rob me, right? So at the end of the day, it's your thought process. What were you thinking? Because at the end of the day, those kids had no right being on your property or knocking on your door like that. So what was your thought process? You wanted me to think there was a robbery. As I forget what the real Sirius said. You wanted me to think there was a robbery. So ding, 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 ding. You win. I thought there was a robbery, so I let loose through the door. So again, now we're talking about a police officer in a chase. Now, maybe he didn't see that because they didn't say which kid or which person dumped off the pistol allegedly. They didn't say it. At least I didn't hear it. Okay?
No, not yet. Not yet.
So they don't say it yet, right? So we don't know. That's still to come.
Just pause it through. Just so you know.
Okay.
We got a bit more on the video.
Do you? So play it.
You want to get into? You want me to play it?
Absolutely.
Oh shit! Well, I digress. My mic is muted. The time right now is 12. And I thank you all so much for watching. Let's get back to the video.
You know, we don't know. We don't have no idea what they did to that man. I don't believe they would, you know, treat him like a victim, right, of an auto accident, being that he had just ran over their fellow officer, colleague, Larry Henderson, killed him, right? And do we supposed to think that these guys actually say, oh, come on, sir, are you okay? Oh, what happened? You lost control? Nah, I don't believe that, bro. What I believe is when they got to that car where he was driving and they seen he was a black man, allegedly, right? I believe they did violate his rights. I believe that they didn't handle the situation properly. Like I said earlier, they might have took him to jail before they admitted him to the hospital. They probably, you know, got him in positions to where we couldn't see on the body camera. They did a little choke out move on him, right? Did a little eye gouge on him, you know. Man, say, man, the people dirty, man. Them people is dirty right after this accident. That's a violation. Yeah. So this is probably where that is coming from, but don't quote me on that. But if I had to really guess, that's what I would say. Y'all violated my civil rights. Now I want 25 million in my hand. You know.
What you got for that, Bubba?
Again, when you get arrested, they're supposed to arrest you, especially if you're not fighting, right? If you are complying, you know, you're allegedly innocent until proven guilty. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Okay.
I'm sure probably once they found out that he was probably the father of the kid that passed, you know, all bets was out the window, and I'm sure they did Shifone him up. I'm sure they did. Allegedly, they chiffonade the dude up. And for those of you who don't know what chiffonade, that means to wrinkle in Creole. I'm sure they wrinkled him up a little bit. I'm sure they did.
Okay.
As far as they concerned, you just took down one of our brothers. So we gonna handle you. So that's probably why, you know, they're probably talking to lawyers or trying to get rid of video or whatever they're doing. Whatever they're doing. I'm saying that I don't want the wrong message to get out, because at the end of the day, we still have to deal to the best of our ability with righteousness and justice. Right now, we know that this world is not a world that operates in justice or righteousness. Okay.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to say this. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I honestly, in my heart of hearts, do believe that there is still much more an abundance of blissful, elegant joy and righteousness that goes on planet Earth than it is what it is that we see as far as the hatred and the degeneracy. I do believe that there is more of that. I just, you know, for whatever reason, it's not highlighted as much.
Well, this is what I'll say to that. What I'll say to that is, if this was a righteous world, then the world wouldn't be in the disarray that it's in now. Okay.
I believe it's supposed to be that way so that we pray more. I think you should agree with that, right? Like,
what's that? Well, we understand why it's happening. We understand why, right? The point of the matter is, it's not righteous, because justice is the effect of righteousness. Righteousness is the cause. Justice is the effect.
Okay.
We don't have that here at all. We don't have it here. Okay. Will there be one or two people, or is there a minority of justice or what we would perceive as just absolutely? Yeah. Yes. But we're talking about on a majority scale. No, it's not. Right? So what I'm saying is, we have to deal with the cause. You know, you're an old head like I am. You ever seen that Woody Woodpecker when it says, if Woody had went to the police?
Season, sir.
You ever seen that Woody Woodpecker cartoon? He said, if Woody had went to the police, this would never have happened. You ever seen that one? Well, Woody Woodpecker, he got into some trouble. And every time Woody Woodpecker took things into his own hands, he made it worse. And someone would just come out and say, if Woody would have went to the police, this would never have happened. When do you say, let me stop and think? When? When do you say, let me stop and think? Because everything has an effect to it. There's a cause and effect, right? Everything has a response to it. Everything. There is no thing that doesn't have a response. Okay? You spit on somebody, they might kill you.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? Everything has an effect. There's a cause and effect to everything. If you ante up, be prepared for someone to ante up more. If you and I are betting and I put 30,000 down, you might have 50. You might pull my bluff. And what happens if you put up that 50 and I don't have nothing to back it up? I lose my 30. So I have to understand and say, you know what? I need to know when to fold. Yo, you got it, brother. So maybe I might lose 1,000, but I'm not going to lose my 20. So again, I don't think the child should have been lost his life for this. I really don't think. No, it wasn't worth it at all. But look at all of the disarray in all of the broken families that is now. So now that father not only lost his son, there's a potential that he might go away. We don't know, right? We don't know. So if he has any other children, they lost a father. If he has a wife, she lost a husband, brother, cousin, uncle, mentor. We lost that, right?
You said something about like if somebody spits on you, you have the right to.
I didn't say you have the right. I said that there's a cause and effect. If I spit on somebody and they take my life, there's a cause and effect to it. There's a cause and effect. There was a dude on a train. Yeah. That's You know what you got to do? Look up the one of the dude that spit on the guy on the A train. Look up that one. That dude, the train door was closing. And you know when it goes doom, doom, the door closes.
Door is closing. Door is closing.
This dude's face 3 times. He spit in his face 3 times, right? And then, unfortunately for him that spit, the door opened up.
So I just wanted to pull that. Go ahead, Butler. I just real quick.
He knocked him out. So at the end of the day, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So we have to understand that sometimes being a man means that I can concede. Cobra Commander said something that I'll never forget. He said, he who runs and fights away lives to fight another day. And it doesn't necessarily mean run. He who can concede.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what? You got this, my G. You got it, Smitty. It's your day today. We have to be able to concede. That doesn't make you less of a man. That makes you smarter. There are so many people, right, that I would ask on my channel. I say, listen, you walking with your wife and your 2 children, and there's 4 guys that says your woman got a fat behind, or they make a disrespect remark. What do? I'm gonna go over there and fight. So how
actually,
How do
I
you protect
actually,
your wife and your 2 children?
you know, I actually went through a circumstance where my woman was called a name, and she just didn't understand why I kept saying, "Listen, let's just go ahead and keep going." Right? She didn't recognize how, when it comes to men with war, once we go in, we have to go all the way
All
in.
out. All out.
There is no, I'm just going to bark at them back a little bit.
Right.
Like, either we're going to go forward this way, or I'm about to do full-fledged 300 Spartans.
Mm.
And it wasn't recognized, and I really was looked at as dishonorable as a
Right.
man, because
Right.
I just didn't want to keep going back and forth. And I'm trying to get her to recognize this is how us as men, like, I'm a man. Like, I get where you're coming from as my lady at the time, but I'm really doing the best that I can to protect you,
You can't
because
protect her. How can you protect her if it's you and her and more than one guy? You can't adequately protect her. But see, they don't see that. You dig what I'm saying? People seldomly see that portion of it. As the husband or the head, you have to see that and be like, you know what? I'm going to take that L. And for some reason, people are going to think I'm weak or whatever. But at the end of the day, I understand the ramifications and the bigger plot of danger that they don't see. And
Yeah.
maybe when your wife gets home and you're able to say, okay, let's just say if I did what you asked me to do, and those 3 guys, 2 of them got me down, and now they whipping on you. How do I protect you? Maybe she sees it at that point. And it's hard because, again, the one thing that gets us into trouble all the time is our ego and pride. Man's ego and pride gets us into trouble all the time. So knowing to say, you got it. You got it, man. You got it. Listen, I remember when we was kids and we stole little potato chips, 25-cent bags of potato chips or whatever. When I got caught and they called my parents, I got caught. Because if I would have made things worse, now they're calling the police opposed to calling my mother and father. So I can either deal with my mother and father and take that whooping, or deal with whatever the police at that time would have brought, and it would have been a worse situation and worse scenario with my mother and father. So you got to know when to fold. And for some reason, sometimes people don't know. They just don't know. And it's unfortunate that a young man lost his life and a cop lost their life. It's unfortunate because it didn't bring the kid back. The man's family is broken more. My condolences goes out to him and to the police officer's family, because this guy lost his son. How do you reconcile that? That's not an easy task, man. It's not. But you doing what you did, there's a chance that you may go away for a long time. Now, what about the other cop's family? I don't know if he was married or anything like that, but let's just say he was. They don't have a father. He's gone. Oh, was he?
No, I said you have a point there.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he didn't do nothing, even though they're under the same banner. He didn't know what was going on with your son's car situation. He didn't know. All around, it's bad. All around. But people are going to politically make this what they want it to be, a black and white thing, a this and that thing. They're going to politically make this a fiasco. That's what they're going to do. When it's just a grieving father who felt that he had to do what he needed to do to get even for his son's life being taken. It's as simple as that. It's not that complicated, but they're going to make it complicated. So that's my take on it, man.
Okay, but all right. So, with the aspect of making it complicated, you know what I've recognized? What it is that the main thing that they want to make complicated is not what the facts of the case are, is primarily the societal.
Yep.
Because you care, man. It's like the what do they call that? The societal jury trial or whatever.
You're 100% spot on.
You know what I mean? Like it's like now let's make sure that the the people watching who have nothing to do with it, has nothing to do with the direct families, those directly on the jury trial, even, or what have you. Honestly, even the people on the jury trial are supposed to be what? Non-biased. The judge is supposed to be non-biased. The only one who is supposed to have a bias is the prosecutor and the counsel.
Defense.
Honestly, if we really knew how this law works, everybody else except
those two,
the prosecutor
and the defense,
right, and the defense lawyer, those are the only two who are supposed to have a bias. The judge himself is supposed to have a non-bias when it comes to the case.
Right.
Jury is supposed to have a non-bias when it comes to the case.
Right.
But for some reason, news media, everything, social media, TikTok, all of this, we're supposed to have a bias when it comes to things. And what I'm saying is, it can make such a very, very difficult circumstance when it comes to really listening.
Even worse. And unfortunately, that's what this is going to be, because now you're going to have the crabs that think that this is a black and white thing, that want to make money off of it. They're going to pull into it.
You think so?
Absolutely. Well, I'm thinking, if there is a way for them to do it, I think they will try to exploit it. Be it on black side or white side, political side, mayors, governors, councilmen, these head of police, the head of police, might be running for office again, and they're gonna make this. You know what I'm saying? It's never just about the situation. Hardly ever about the situation.
Well, more than even just being about the situation, it's almost hardly never about what actually is the facts of it. And so when you say the situation, like the situation is what actually took place. Now there's another level. That next level of it is, what are the factual circumstances that took place and what it is that we are seeing.
And that's what's supposed to be on
we
trial.
don't even want to get to that point, because it's all about do you like what you see? I mean, really,
ratings.
Man, we so infatuated, brother Bolo, on what we like. What we like to see or who we want to hear it from. And there's so much information that's being lost and just being thrown into the stars, just like this background of infinity of you just never got what it was that was being said. It happens all the time. And
All the
then
time.
happens, we have people that have actually multiple times over, from beyond well before slavery days and even to the day. You have people who have been actually, yes, physical form executed, and they were completely innocent.
Innocent. Absolutely.
It did not matter.
Yeah.
Somebody on that bench, they felt some kind of way about that person. They thought they knew what it was. The people on the jury and everything, they thought they knew. They swore up and down what I'm thinking of this individual has to be. And it wasn't true. It was not the case.
This is crazy.
It happens all the time, man. Like, and it happens today in modern day society when it comes to our jurisdiction system. I mean, it's a real thing, Brother Bolo. There are a lot of people right now, Brother Bolo. Let me just say this just like this. Watch this, y'all. No bull. Do you all know that right now, as you all are listening to this show, there is somebody that either right now is being strapped down to a bed, a chair, or some kind of pole and being blindfolded right now while you're sitting so comfortable where you are. Right now, as we speak, and that person is honestly innocent. At this very moment, there's no phone call we can make. There's nothing we can do. That person is about to leave from here. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody just left from here while I'm talking to you. And they were completely innocent. It's fresh. While I was saying what I was saying to you before I counted down, they were still here. They're not here no more. Yeah, I don't realize how fast all of these things can happen. And guess what? That person will never be able to tell their story. Why? Because somebody felt some kind of way about what they thought was true. You need to understand how real it is and how much we need to recognize. It's vicious out here. Brother Bolo, what do you have for that?
Cats just got to start to realize. Cats just got to realize how important life is. And when you have that relationship with God and you learn about yourself and you learn not to take things for granted, especially time, and you realize how fleeting time is, how short we are on this earth. I mean, think about it this way, right? You tell people, if you live to 85, 95, that sounds like a lot of time, but think about it from this perspective. 85 Christmases, 85 New Year's. It's not a lot.
No.
It's not a lot. So when you learn to value life, value your life first. Because when you learn to value your life, it's gonna broaden. It's gonna branch out. But it has to start with you first. It always has to start with you. It can't start outwardly. It has to start inwardly. Learn to appreciate the small things. Learn to appreciate that you're breathing, that you're walking, that you're talking, that you're able to open up your eyes. You're able to, smell flowers and things of that nature, and it branches out, and you realize that I will do my best not to put myself in certain situations. Yeah, Vaughn, life is a vapor.
No, hold on, because that's gonna have the YNs thinking that we should go buy vapes. Don't do that, Vaughn. I'm messing with you. I'm messing.
It's very important that and this kind of leans into what we're doing. Over in the village, we're putting together a men's class. Because we always talk about what men need to do and how they need to do it, but we never talk about showing them, right? We never go into the nuances of getting to that position. So we're putting together a men's class that we're going to try and get some men and different men from walks of life, and where they can be mentors, because these young kids, these young brothers, they need it. And it's called Call to Arms men's class. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this is about. I'm sure the teaching of these young men of fight or flight. When you're in a situation, you're caught, just take the L. Take the L. We'll deal with everything else in court. I'd rather you be here than me have to fight and you're not. That's what's more important to me. I want these young men to be here.
Man, you just did something. Keep talking, sir. Nah, it's just an artist. Yeah,
And that's just that's the purpose of it, because it hurts me when we lose another young man, be it black, white, Chinese, whatever it is. It hurts. You know what I'm saying? Because what could we have done to have helped? What could we have done? So that's what we're trying to do. And that's what we ought to do. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But we're going to try and make it happen, man, to the best of our ability with what we got to work with. So, yeah.
I absolutely appreciate that, brother Bowo. I ain't even going front. Like, nah. You got me fixated on something. Hold on, let me just write this down. Let me write this down. Brother Bolo, before we get up out of here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. While you were talking, you done sparked my brain. So now I have 3 terms for the youth. All right. So these 3 terms for the youth is, and I want you to tell me, when I say these 3, what definition comes to your mind when hearing it? All right. So we got LN, YB, YM. LN, YB, YM. LN is little nigga. YB is young brother. YM is young man. When you hear each of these, LN, YB, YM, little nigga, young brother, young man, what do you think of in those definitions? And when you were coming up, which one would you say you would classify yourself to be more associated with?
I think we all go through. I think we all go through all those steps. I could have. I guess I could have been classified as a YN. Thinking that you know everything. I don't think, from my perspective, that we were as codeless as these later generations was, but we were still off the chain ourselves. So I would classify, I guess we could fit in that YN, and then you became a young brother as you get older and you start to realize that there's something bigger than Brooklyn, there's something bigger than New York, right? Cause and effect, learning to value life, most of all, having a relationship with God and understanding, what our responsibility and accountability is, and then ultimately becoming a young man,
right?
Taking accountability, responsibility. Being a young man is not just about having the power. Being a young man is knowing that you have the power and not willy-nilly to always want to use it.
Okay. So out of the 3, the LN, little nigga, YB, young brother, and YM, young man. Let's say Bolo at 16. Which of the 3 would you categorize yourself being at 16-year-old Bolo?
At 16?
Yeah.
I was.
Be honest with it.
I'm thinking. I was at 16. I was the YB.
That is so me. To I came from. Yeah, I was the young brother. Yeah,
because I'm a baby. So my older brothers had me in line with, you know what I'm saying? So, and they had me in line at a young age. So, yeah. So I didn't have all of the leisure that the other cats on the street up the block, my friends, had. You know, yeah.
So you was more so okay. Yeah, I was right around the same time. No, I was, but no, I don't know. It was weird. When I, Bolo, when I get to looking back on, before we get up out of here, these my final thoughts on this. Let me go ahead and end this off on this. Yeah, there we go. My days growing up, I didn't even go front. Like, it was crazy. Like, I remember being like 8 years old and being miles away from my house. I shit you not. I remember that. I remember being miles away. I remember, all of that. So it's like I found myself. I was more so just a young brother. I was a young brother who was able to move around, had to be in by the street lights. But the reason why I was able to go all around is because I've always had a lot of family members that live close. So a lot of times, even though I was like a city over, like my peoples would call and be like, "Oh, you over on such and such house. It's just across town." You know what I'm saying? You at grandma's house. You know what I'm saying? So I was away from the house, but it generally was always with family. So it like, my people's main thing was, we told your ass to be back here by a certain time. But they never really worried about me too much because honestly, the largest friend-based group I had was my family, like my cousins. Like I was one of them. Like, I'm hanging out with family because we're large. I got big family. Like on my mom's side, like I said, she's like number 2 out of like 7 or some shit. My father's number 8 out of 9. So only thing I'm saying is, can you imagine how many cousins I got?
A lot.
Deep, bro. Like, we on both sides of the family, like we deep. So it's nothing. So yeah. So I just saw it more so from a connection standpoint. But more than anything, Brother Bolo, I really do believe that how we operate and how we actually try to get justice for our own, how we move, because the main thing really is, how do we see how this black man went about, getting justice for his son? And I would like for us to stop moving so emotional.
Absolutely.
That is my main point. I know I be long-winded. Y'all be like, where's Smitty going? I know I'm always circle back. Now, real talk. Can we stop being so emotional? Can we learn to just really learn to have the discussion, learn how to talk things through, learn how to take a time and just think it through, learn how to have a moment and call somebody, call a friend. I don't care what you got to do. Think of anything before you make that forever life decision. Not just for yourself, but even somebody else's family's forever life decisions, because they now not have somebody here, whether you feel it's justified or not. I can't front to land it. And Bolo, you got the floor before I play my theme music out this bitch. You already know, my bad. I ain't mean to cuss. But I'm just saying, like, I also get how I came front. Like, look, I'm going to just say it. I do believe eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Now, I'm going to say this. Bolo, can you break down to us truly eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? Because the way I look for it is, I'm real deal going to shoot you in the eye and the mouth. Like that's so help the people who don't know what it means. Give us the real biblical sense, because I don't want people to leave off with Smitty's definition, because eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth for me means like, yeah, now you're going to catch one in your face and your mouth.
All right. So, okay. Eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth is really taken out of context. So the best example that I can give you is this. Let's say Smitty is married and has 2 children. And Smitty's wife has $50. They're on hard times. Smitty's wife has $50 and she's going to take that $50 to go buy, groceries for the children and for them, whatever. Now, I don't know Smitty and his family. I run and I rob her. I take that $50. Okay. Now, Smitty's going to be pissed off. The wife's going to be pissed off. They're going to want to put more on top of me just taking the $50. Eye for an eye. What I took is what should be replenished. Now, let's say if I knew Smitty, I know the wife, I know the family, but I'm just a dirtbag. And the wife is going shopping and I know that this is their last $50. And I take it. And I don't understand that. And I do understand the detrimental effect that it will have to the family. Now that $50 is compounded with other things because I knew what it was, if that makes sense. So an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth means that there is nothing else put on top of it. If I took your eye, you get an eye. If I took a tooth, you take a tooth. But a lot of the times people tend to be emotional about things and want more. So this is why God says vengeance is mine, because he doesn't put more or less to it. He judges righteously with justice. So that's what eye for an eye was used for. It wasn't used for vengeance. It was used to say that if you're going to do something, it should be what was taken should be replaced. That's it. It wasn't meant to be used in a context of you killed me, I'm gonna kill you, and you punch me, I'm gonna take both your hands off. It wasn't meant to be used in that context.
You really just
Because people were putting more on top of it.
You just gave me a whole different. No. I'm sitting here a little bit like Polo.
Yes, sir.
I swear on life. Put this in a nutshell. So I can play this. Damn, you just blew my mind with that.
I apologize.
Nah, it's okay. When they say it's easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle than it is to get a rich man in heaven, does that mean if you die a wealthy man that you will not make it to paradise? Can you tell us that?
No, it doesn't mean that. Okay. I will help you. I'm gonna have to get something to illustrate, so bear with me for a second. Hold on. I'm ready. Can you share my screen?
I just want. Absolutely, I can.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So
do you
I hope you guys can see that. And I'll see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Nope. I think that's
have to hit your Mac screen. If not,
matter
of fact, no, I got you right here. Boom.
There you go. Boom. Okay. So when the scripture says that it's easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle than it is for a man to get into the gates of heaven, what it's talking about, it's not talking about a rich man or poor man. You know what I'm saying? What it's talking about, back in the days, gates in kingdoms, they closed down, right? Certain kingdoms didn't stay open 24 hours a day. So if you look at this gate, this door that's in the kingdom, this little door right here is what was called the eye of the needle.
Oh, okay.
So for this camel to get into this door, you see all this equipment he has on himself?
Right.
All of that would have to be taken off.
Without it, the size itself, I mean, I'm pretty sure it'd be right.
This would have to be taken off, and the camel would have to kneel to get in.
That is true.
The
That
camel
is
is
true.
too high. So this is why it says it is easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle, because why? The camel had to humble himself or herself to get in through that door, when opposed to the man that is getting through the door or trying to get through the door of heaven, he will not take off his garments and he will not kneel to the almighty creator of the universe to humble himself because he is too prideful and egotistical. Does that make
So
sense?
how did we get to the point, Brother Bolo, where we believe that, and this is why I say it all the time, this is why we need to, like, I ask you questions because I actually, to your degree of knowledge and information and wisdom, I do take great counsel from. So I give you your credit. But how do you think we got to the point where that whole statement was considered to be rich people like Oprah or Jay-Z, whatever, don't get to heaven? If you get rich, then all of a sudden you're disattached. Somehow or another, we got to the point where we actually thought that means that, to have wealth before you leave, if you actually elevate and get out of poverty, then somehow or another, you're not one of us anymore. You can't get to heaven, because in order to get to heaven, you got to be a broke nigga.
No, it's your spirit. The Lord is looking at your spirit.
Rock out.
You know what I'm saying? The Lord tells you, what is a man, what does it profit a man for him to gain the world and lose his soul? So the point of the matter is, do you consider the money your heaven? Right? So it's not about, how much money you have. Where is your heart? Because again, you can't take none of this with you. Right? So if your heart is in the right place, in aspect of none of this means nothing to me. This is an ends to a means. Whatever is given to me in abundance, I share it and I give it. Your deeds in your spirit is shown by the fruit of your labor, by what you do, right? So if I'm a billionaire and all I do is keep that billions towards me and my family, then that's selfishness, right? The Lord wants you to spread it. The Lord wants you to do good with it. Again, doesn't mean that you ain't supposed to be well off. Doesn't mean any of those things. No. You know what I'm saying? However, it is hard to let go of this world when you have a lot in abundance. It is hard. You dig what I'm saying? Because you have so much here. And it is easy to get caught up with the ego and the pride. Hence that saying, the scripture, that it is easy for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a man to get into the gates of heaven. And I'm paraphrasing it. Because I have accumulated so much. I have so much. I'm reverenced on this earth. I'm looked at a certain way. When you have a certain amount of money, doors open up that wouldn't necessarily open up for someone else that had no money. So this compounds your ego and compounds your pride, which then makes you that man that cannot get into the heavenly gates, because you have to humble yourself. If a camel has to get on his knees to get into the eye of a needle, how much more man has to humble himself to get into the kingdom?
Okay. Well, geez, Louise. Bolo? And with that being said right there, I thank everybody so much for tuning in to tonight's episode of Smitty's Quarter. Bolo, thank you so much for pulling up once again. It is always such a pleasure to have you. And I thank everybody for watching. And
thank you for having me.
Man, you already know. We getting ready to rock out. I will see you all next time.
Back in this bitch, yeah. Feel like I'm bagging a brick. Was locked for 2 years, my nigga. I swear I feel good just to be back in the mix. Yeah, nigga, I'm happy as shit. Glory to God, I ain't have to exist. There's always a reason, my nigga. Keep doing what you doing and taking them risks. Yeah, every nigga that I run with is solid. Get caught, they taking they lick. You don't feel safe making that drop, so nigga, you bringing the blick. If you gotta die just to survive, then you should be calling it quits. I know you trying to get back on your feet, my nigga. It's hard as a bitch. Yeah, nigga. I made a choice to get money, and bitches I used to fuck told me I'm starting to act funny. I put it up for them rainy days, so you know a nigga popping out when it's sunny. I made it to the 10th grade, but I dropped out cause them schools wasn't for me. Yeah, nigga, I had to channel my vision, no suit and tie, but I handled my business. My daughter cried when they gave me my sentence. They set me down, was away for a minute. Demon time, had to pray for forgiveness, and for the record, they should put me in Guinness. Took a while just to get me 100. You should know how long it took me to get it. You was round, nigga, you was a witness. Yeah, you was addicted. I was serving, nigga, you was an addict. We're trying to turn a G-Shock to a Paddock. It's shocking to me that you say you want static. My niggas known to turn beef to a patty. So if it's wall, I'ma roll me a fatty. My goons ready, I'ma send him your addy. Yeah, nigga, I got the shit in the headlock. If you fucking with the feds, then it's off. Put your head along with your dreadlock. Nigga, don't care if we cool. If you red on the crew, then you just as good as a dead eye. Nigga got hit with the 30, yeah, they did him dirty. He gone, he bled out. Yeah.
What's up, Keem, nigga? We back in this bitch. Let's go. Back in this bitch, I'm about to black on this shit. Shout out my nigga, he back on the bricks and we suited and booted, no slacking this shit. Yeah, I was the one that turned nothing from something. I used to trap with them nicks, cutting up coke and running them fix. Lion heart, I ain't running from shit. You crossed the line, bro, my hands tied. I cried a river when my mans died. So I can't just win, dawg. I gotta do it by a landslide. I lit the dark like a campfire. Got silver bullets for you vampires. I read his posture, I could see he frontin'. I hit him up like I needed something. King sent the text, say he got something to wreck. And I'm a demolition man, my nigga, so what you expect? We breaking jaws, we breaking laws. You look wrong, nigga, breaking your neck. And I do it without breaking a sweat. Getting tired of taking a breath. I gotta make sure that needs is met. In other words, bro, don't get in between. Cause I do you dirty and pull off clean. I come out the mud like Andy Dufresne. All these niggas, they done grew to be fiends. All these bitches, they just wanna be seen. Pass the rock if you wanna be team. But I know the place, so I watch for the screen. I'm the light, all you see is the beam. I do it big, but it always a dream. Niggas hating, boy, they plotting they scheme. But don't miss if you come for the king. I put a round at the top of your crown. It's only us at the top of the mound. Niggas be loud, but they don't got a sound. I get the money, I was lost, now I'm found. Find myself by myself, so I'm low, I'm in stealth. I don't do it for a chain, but I do it for the belt. Yeah.
Let's be honest, my nigga. The block probably was my first love. Crazy when they don't love you back, though. Uncommon. The quarterback in the huddle, I call the audibles. We all been through the struggle, I shine for all of us. My nigga locked in the system, he never call it much. Serving life in that prison, to God call him up. On jumpsuit, chop bricks like it's kung fu. Write her name on that visit, she never come through. To death do us part, that's what he thought. Would've been scot-free, told on the squad. If you talking respect, then they yearn the utmost. First they love you and they hate you, man, where the love go? Life lesson, they tell us the kind of blessings. Ain't life a bitch when I fuck her, I'm mad aggressive. Tried college, then make it the first semester. They tell me follow my heart, some shit you just never question. Drug charge, I got a stain on my record. If you talking about cheddar, then pay me extra, uncommon. First they love you, then hate you, man, where the love go? I guess they don't love me no more, I'm uncommon.